start recording the meeting. We forgot to start that at the beginning. Sorry about that. How'd you miss that? Anybody up on Zoom, work group members want to weigh in? Questions, clarifying before we go to the alignment check on these ideas? Anything that you feel like is important for the work group members to be thinking about as we ask you to do your alignment check? That's really the question on the table. Kenton.
I did want to just ask what, I can't remember what CPP refers to.
Kyle, do you want to tell us again about CPP? This is your excuse to now come up to the table. I know, we got him. He'll come up and share that, but it's the climate protection program, Kenton. Go ahead.
Robin's got it. I don't know what else to add. Climate protection program. So community climate investments. I don't fully have a line of sight on, but they would be investments in underrepresented communities to adapt to climate change.
Is there a funding source already previously identified for that?
It would be on polluters.
Is that related in any way to, this is going to lead to a conversation when we're talking later about other possible sources. I just was reading about the carbon forest that's been being set aside for as a carbon storing, and that brings revenue on the carbon market. I wondered if that's, are funds from that already dedicated for CPP, or are they just intended for the general fund or education, building schools? I'm not exactly sure where.
I'd have to get back to you on that, Ken.
Okay.
My understanding, as far as the CCIs go, we've had numerous conversations with the conservation community and other folks that have been involved much more than we have at the ground level of this effort with the CPP. And the overwhelming response was that it's a pretty well-baked pie, and that the opportunity to tap into those funds has passed. We could explore potentially in the future, but I think the immediate rulemaking that's happening through DEQ now would not be a potential source for funding.
Okay, but just for my own understanding, the CPP is currently funded by a carbon tax on polluters of some sort.
I'd have to get back to you with specifics, but that's my understanding. And it's not necessarily a tax, but yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, and Dylan Cruz might be joining. He's trying to join over Zoom. When he does, he may also have some more information about that. But my recollection of the conversations you've had, at least in this forum, is that the rulemaking, the timing is a bit off for this group to come up with a near-term proposal around this. That being said, the concept, the idea of tapping into a source related to this, there was some positive energy around that, but not full. So it's there for people to consider whether or not you collectively want to say something about near-term or future proposal or possibility for tapping into that source for wildfire funding in Oregon.
Robin, maybe one more element, if I'm recalling the conversation, was capturing that idea. Kyle, the rules I think are baked, right? And it's in the middle of the process. There's a re-up of that at a certain point, and I don't remember whether it was 3 or 5 years, but the opportunity to revisit that, capturing the concept and the idea, recognizing that the next time there's an opportunity to discuss those rules, would something fit? Not saying it does, but is there a nexus? Is there a connection to it? So this group capturing that concept and idea for the future, I think, was part of that discussion also, if I'm characterizing it correctly.
Yes, that sounds right to me, Travis.
Yeah, no, I mean, not to turn us off into a different direction that we're not ready to take up yet, but I just thought, as I read those articles, it's in the state's interest to invest in and protect those forests in order to have that return from the carbon market. And there's definitely a nexus there in my mind about investing in protecting the forest land from fire. So that should be part of the mix at some point.
Thanks, Kenton. I think, if the group's comfortable, that would be part of what we capture as something for the future as we look downstream.
And I'm happy to add a little bit more. I was on the first round of the Rules Advisory Committee, Casey for the folks online, when they developed both the greenhouse gas reduction program and the community climate investments. And I don't remember whether it was another work group member who mentioned this or not, but I think the connection of wildfire funding to the community climate investments kind of fund and program. I suspect it probably came out of California because right now there's a wildfire prevention grants that are funded out of basically the same program. It's even called the Community Climate Investments Fund. So there's enough of a connection there, but I don't know, and there's all of the fire service people will probably know the answer. I don't know if the main pot of funding for wildfire response comes out of the CCI, but I do know that the wildfire prevention grants, which are mitigation, like your classic mitigation through both agencies. So hopefully that helps for like future conversations.
Robin, can I ask a really stupid question? Have we recorded our work group meetings prior?
We have the large group, so June, October,
Okay.
and today.
It's possible that you've said something at the beginning of those meetings. I just don't remember. So I was just curious.
Okay.
Thanks.
I just had a quick question. I was looking at those lists up there and I could be wrong. I thought we discussed the kicker on the bottle bill as being something that might be take too much legislative action to engage in. And we kind of thought we decided, or at least had the conversation about, is the juice worth the squeeze to look at those two? Am I wrong?
Let's look at the group and see what they have to say. Do you have a perspective on that, Barry?
My recollection is that both of those have some legislative framework or at least policy framework around them, which would be challenging for the legislature without it. I'm not even sure, are some of those constitutional? I know I see the constitutional ones are gone, but if those are constitutional, I thought we had a conversation about, is it even worth the challenge to get there that would require at least a 2/3 vote to make a change? So just bringing it up.
If I may, Brennan Geraltz, EFCC, I've heard that same conversation in and out of all of these meetings, but I go back to, I think it was our first large group meeting where there was a recommendation and an urge to put everything on the table, and somewhat ignore the political realities around some. I think internally we've discussed if something is blatantly, obviously dead on arrival, then it's probably not worth staff's time to dig into it. Seeing as we've already devoted some staff time and gotten some answers for the ones that you brought up specifically, it's my encouragement to leave them there and continue the conversations to see, let the elected officials decide what they want to battle over.
Yeah, it's great. I think you're just reflecting some of the conversations from previous, so appreciate that. And I think that's, for some, that might be an important awareness. I think I would also encourage you to think about your shared principles for this particular endeavor and whether or not these kind of meet the moment of those principles and other considerations that might be important. So this is an opportunity for you to kind of reflect some of those thoughts with each other. So we're going to do an alignment check next, and you'll have all of that for consideration as you do your own thinking about how would I support this and how strongly would I support moving this forward or not. And this is your opportunity to kind of try to compel your peers in the work group around the concepts, but nothing's off the table yet. So I just want to be clear about that. We're just going to make some determinations about how strongly they are or are not on the table after this segment. Brian?
Yeah, thank you, Brian Stewart, OFCA. Just looking at the comprehensive funding chart up there versus the table that was sent out, this chart appears to be missing just the transient lodging tax concept on this version.
I bet it got cut off at the bottom of our slide. Thanks for pointing that out. So this is really your list is this table. All right, so I'm going to ask everybody to just take a moment for yourselves. Look through the list of the blue items. We're going to be doing a consensus check. We're doing an alignment check. How strongly would I support the group proposing this forward? And there's no idea that necessarily needs to be removed to pick a different one. You can pick all of them. It's like ranked choice. You can pick all of them if you want. But we are going to give the agencies a clear signal from you all of how strongly you support this being a recommendation for funding wildfire in the state. Pat.
Pat Script, Forest Protective Association. Kyle or Travis, did the numbers you stated earlier, the 170 million, then the target of the 300 million, was that the biennium or okay, thanks.
Pat, I've got at the break, we'll print an updated version of that breakdown for everybody, and so that you guys can have that, the finite detail.
All right, Doug Graff, clarifying a couple of pieces. The Wildfire Programs Advisory Council has done the work on the wildfire programs. They wrote their annual report to the legislature, to the governor, saying continuation, back to Senate Bill 762 investments on these programs. So that's what the agencies are anchoring into, like restoring those and some modernization of that. So that's the 130 million across mitigation and readiness. The big question that Senate Bill 762 did not address was the emergency fire costs, which, Pat, you're exactly right. We cannot be behind the power curve any longer in terms of paying the people we asked to show up to fight fire, right? So the big question on the table on the other side of the ledger is the 170 million of emergency fire costs. And that is net costs. And the important to recognize this is you all are being heard. You all said, address the net issue. We're not here to say we got to float federal debt, right? But I want to leave that on the table, that remains a challenge for solvency. I don't know of any 0%, access to funds that we have, but that was the point that you all made, like focus in on the net. So that $300 million is, efficacy, return in the 762 investments with some modernization and really tackling this emergency fire cost at a net level. What is the state's responsibility? I think we're on the precipice that we can solve this. You all have the power to solve this, and it's the right thing to do for Oregon and Oregonians. You are being listened to, and you will be listened to in the legislative session. And these first sets of strategies, are approaches that you put on the table to consider. I would just add a little nuances to what I learned from, if I was waiting to see if there were overall questions. So I'm going to just walk down the list and just ask if anyone check your notes to make sure any follow-ups. So the Rainy Day Fund was created in 2007 by the legislature with a 2/3 vote utilizing the kicker. You see the notes on the kicker said historic Oregon's addressed the kicker 3 times in history. That was one of the times. A one-time infusion from the kicker to initiate the Rainy Day Fund for purposes of a rainy day or a smoky day, for example, in this case. The other 2 times the kicker was accessed was in the 90s in transition of floating both nuances in transition from a corporate tax and then Measure 5. So there was some gaps in those transitions. This was my understanding from LRO. There's people a lot closer to this and have memories of elephants here. Is there any clarifying that you want to go there? And I'm going to continue on the Rainy Day Fund. Okay. So
Hand up, Mark Bennett.
good.
Let Doug finish there, I think, because because mine comments on the broader sense there.
Okay, and then Brennan?
I'm fine with Doug finishing.
Okay.
Okay, so I really just, all right, so 3 times the legislature accessed the kicker with a 2/3 vote for those 3 acute issues. The rainy day fund was created with a 1% of ending balance that populates the rainy day fund. So clarifying these 2 points, when LRO mentioned, just said, if you want to go for a 5%, in addition to that 1% of the ending balance that goes into a fire fund, that's $164 million. So just clarifying, we currently have a 1% that goes into a rainy day fund. If you wanted to direct ending balance dollars into smoky day fund, however, these are structures the legislature can nuance. That's where that an additional 0.5% was added, right? He also mentioned a 50% transfer. If you want one-time funding, a big boost to start something up, there's $300 million by investing 50 million of the rainy day fund now into fire. So the 50%, thank you. 50% into fund. Okay. That's the nuances. If you wanted to make things durable, right? That's available, but remember 2/3 vote. Going back to the kicker, I want to highlight the language. I don't believe this has been done, but the kicker on those 3 events were one time, take a percentage out of the kicker to bridge something or create the rainy day fund. None of it targeted was more specific than that. So I wasn't around for those legislative deliberations, but they didn't say only one time or a percentage for every kicker into the future. I just want to make the distinction. I assume legislators in the room tell you why that might have been more of a challenge, right? So they never bridged the gap of durability with that kicker investment, okay? So that was just a distinction to be made. The lottery funds, constitutional, and the group talked about this last time, 2/3 vote, and then constitutional change dedicated of lottery dollars has been done by the legislature for a few agencies. The last was the veterans at 1.5%, but it takes constitutional change to get dedicated lottery funds. Okay. And that's not thank you, Roger, not a 2/3 vote. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. And just to interrupt here, I think Mark Bennett had a question.
Okay, let's pause there for questions because I'm done at this point. I just wanted to clarify those before you start your ranking because I thought there may be important nuances. Check your notes. And then I also wanted to validate my thinking. Those have been, without LRO in the room, appreciate the clarification. So let's go to Mac.
Well, quick clarifying, I think Barry was trying to hear what was going on down here about the requirements for a vote or how it would get passed. So can somebody clarify that? And then we'll go to you, Mark.
Yeah, so Roger Byer, there are 2 ways to change the Constitution. You can do an amendment or a revision of the Constitution. A revision can be done by the legislature, and it takes a 2/3 vote in each chamber. An amendment to the Constitution can be done either through initiative or by a legislative referral, and that's a simple majority vote. That's my understanding on those. To send it to the voters. Both have to go to the voters, but a revision has a stronger requirement and can only be done by a legislative referral of a 2/3 vote.
Getting head nodding affirmation from one of our legislators. So we're going to assume that this is accurate. Okay, Mark Bennett, we trust you as well. Roger's been in the building a few times, I think. Mark.
Thank you. First of all, I totally agree and support and have been a long proponent of large fire funding and this others. However, I want to circle back and remind everyone what really started this whole discussion was the ratepayers that are bearing an unbearable load. I mean, I just paid the taxes, and once again, ODF's rates went up 40% for our lands. And this keeps getting lost. And if we don't have that connected into the funding part on the front end, then that discussion really will not be accepted at all by at least the grazing community. I can say that. I can't speak for, even though I am a timberland owner, I can't speak for that. That's a Roger call and OFIC. But if we don't keep that at the forefront of our funding, when we talk about funding, because there will be a reduction in funding if the ratepayers are adjusted. So that has to be, in order to have the support of at least the grazing community, then we need to keep that right there in that discussion, because going out to get more funds and getting 300 million, I just spoke with someone on the phone and they said, well, great. If we don't make the adjustment, now we'll be coming up with even more money. We realize the state's in a mess. We realize and acknowledge that these fires are, astronomical in cost, but at this point, some of the proposals actually would have us paying 3 times. We pay our income taxes, we pay our rates, and then on top of that, we would be paying for a registration fee for our vehicles. And, I look out here at the ranch at the fleet of vehicles that we have to have in order to operate. And this is not, and we've reached an untenable position for the ratepayers, and that has been sidelined. And I'm really concerned, and I really want to point out that Senator Steiner and Senator Finley began this whole discussion with the adjustment for ratepayers. And yes, it's in there, but it's way down the list. And I think it needs to be pushed right in there with that discussion. So I do understand, and all fire service needs funds, all fire service. But if we don't, we're sucking dry the one group out there of the ratepayers. And I'm not speaking for the small woodlands, and I'm not speaking for OFIC. That's not my point. But I know that the cattle industry and the range people, I can speak, and I think Matt jumped on the call too. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Travis, with OSFM. I believe that as we look at the comprehensive funding model that includes those 4 bubbles or buckets, rate paying is definitely front and center as part of this conversation. So I don't think, from my perspective at least, Mark, I'm not sure it's been left behind. I think it's part of the discussion. And an important part, and we've continued to hear that and recognize that. And so I do believe it is still part of the discussion, Mark, and it'll be front and center as we continue the conversations. I think the focus, and Robin can jump in, the focus is really on these first large reallocation of general fund distribution, and state funding, and that's really this first blue block. We're going to move over into more targeted and different sources later in the afternoon. And again, I think from my perspective, it's really looking across all 4 of those different bubbles, and the recognition that it is comprehensive and that it's going to require investments likely across those 4 bubbles that ultimately gets at the issue that you raised, Mark. That's my belief, and that's my understanding.
Well, we certainly all appreciate all of the work that ODF and the allied OSFM and all of the allied fire agencies have done, particular here in Baker and Malheur counties. And so I don't want to minimize that at any point. It's just that we have to have that married together from the get-go, so that once it gets over to the legislature, that it isn't forgotten and they go, well, here's all these new resources, and then fail to address one of the underlying causes for this whole discussion.
So I'm just hearing, Mark, that these two being explicitly integrated together into a packaged proposal is really important to you, maybe important to others. So I'm capturing that. We're capturing that for sure for this discussion. I think in the interest of just trying to give some temperature signals to the agencies about these concepts, and because there are a lot of them, we're trying to kind of piece them out a little bit. If that becomes too difficult, then we're going to have to figure out a different way to gauge your level of support on some of these ideas. So I just want to put that out there. And I'd like to test that if I can. So recognizing that the next segment is around those particular landowner ratepayer issues that you just surfaced, and there is an active proposal on the table around that. Recognizing that, I want to do a gauge of folks around these statewide concepts to start. And what we can do is we can even caveat for today that this is a temperature read for now, and that there are going to be some conditional statements that people might need to make when we get to the very end around what the comprehensive package looks like. So if that's with your permission, I'd like to ask us to go there. I know. Go ahead, Casey.
Yeah, this case, I want to recognize, Brendan had his hand up, or your card up. It was probably to move us on to a temperature check and alignment. I just want to, no. Okay, you were, all right, well, I'm going to alignment. I know it's like, my thought is, I've really appreciated Roger's comments about kind of how the mechanisms of the lottery dollars. And I would say, I think that with the taking advantage of the 35 plus all of the individual folks around the table and online, it feels like the veterans and I think outdoor ed also did this, that us providing a recommendation to lawmakers to put it on the ballot feels like a way of actually bringing everybody together, as opposed to us all kind of going our own ways with hard yeses and hard no's, and I'll fight this. Well, I'm gonna fight for this. And so that's just my thought right now, is that it's a slower process, and maybe to Doug's point, there might need to be some bridge funding in there before getting money flowing from the lottery fund to the 4 programs of the 2 agencies. But I'll just say that that's one that I've been hesitant to kind of support, but it feels like it might be one where if we can all push together on it, that it's a way to actually get to Mark Bennett's ongoing concerns that were theory addressed in 762 and then not. Yeah, so that's just my first temperature check, or a piece of alignment, is that it feels like a possible path forward for all of us.
Are you talking about the ending balance idea, or which one were you?
Oh, sorry, the lottery dollars through
Oh, the
the
lottery
revision,
Okay.
constitutional revision. I think that's what Roger, your language is. If you do a constitutional revision where the legislature forwards to the ballot, refers to the ballot, a constitutional revision to dedicate up a certain percentage of lottery fund dollars specifically to wildfire. And then it puts it on the scale of veterans and outdoor education, right? Like, we're saying, hey, Oregonians, this is a big deal that we all care about.
Robin, if I may, Brennan Goreltz, Emergency Fire Cost Committee. Mark, I really appreciate your comments. Pat and Doug, when I initially raised my hand, it was to jump on to Doug's comments of needing to recognize the importance of solvency for paying for large fire at the gross level. However, the dollar amount we have to solve for truly is the net. That said, in my mind, this has always been broken out into 2 challenges that are interconnected, and that is paying for the base, paying for the fire departments, and the landowners and the ratepayers who have contributed to that and their rapid increase in costs lately, as well as paying for large fire, to address the solvency problem, to provide certainty for the legislature of what large fire is going to cost, and that they're not always going to the E-board to try and scare up some money to pay for something that they likely have very little control over. And the interconnectedness really is the effectiveness of the fire departments to put those fires out, keep them small, keep their costs low, and keep the damage to Oregonians, air, water, recreation, everything we do at a minimum. So that said, I look at some of these new funding sources and I am a proponent of a large influx to cash to a fund that is, I'll go back, not called the Smoky Day Fund. Personally think that's a bad term, especially with given all the smoke that comes off the Forest Service. Oregonians may be asking, what are we paying for with all this smoke in the air when it's not our smoke? We're not responsible for it. I'll step off my soapbox on that. But that large influx of cash one time, whether it be from the kicker, whether it be from the 1%, who knows, right? And I just pulled up and did some real simpleton math because that's as much as I'm capable for, but an influx of $500 million into a fund at a 2% interest rate would generate $10 million a year. Now we would have to backflow the sustainable for that 170 every biennium. But a large influx would help the agencies and the legislature and the general fund just solve for that gross cost, recognizing that that dollar is going to go up and down, you know, in the 2 to 3 year payback period that we would receive from the feds for their portion of large fire costs. So I do advocate for a large chunk of money and then sustainable funding for large fire. And going back to what started this entire conversation is sustainable and fair and equitable. These are our principles, rates for those who are paying for their local fire department. That's how I view this in my mind. Again, I'm very logical, step, but that is an achievable process, addressing those things that I just saw. They're here, we've discussed them, and we have a lot of constituency groups in this. My constituency group is all ratepayers who pay into the system. So I let, obviously, others speak for their specifics who do pay into that system. But I encourage us to be thinking about those three things and their interconnectedness and their importance to addressing the problems we face today.
Any other compelling comments that you want the group to be thinking about before we do our alignment check on these ideas? Pat's got some thoughts.
This is truly a question to the group. You know, would it be easier for us to find alignment if we actually move forward and we talked about those buckets of funding, whether it's the opportunity costs or preparedness and the large fire and then the mitigation, and actually have that conversation of what is the appropriate percentage of that? I mean, it may be easier if someone has a special interest or passions, and that's where we need to go, knowing that some funds are going into that. And I agree, Brendan, that, you know, this is the one-time large infusion is part of the conversation, but what's the sustainability of that? And that may come from a lot of different sources. But if we could see that our passions and needs are being met, or there's some relief at the local ratepayers, you know, there's an investment, a return on that investment. There may be $1 brought in, and this is just an arbitrary number from the rural area, but the rate of return of what comes from the metro area and all Oregonian may be, you know, 4 or 5 or 10-1 on that investment. And that's a good investment to look at. So just wondering if we could look at that we recognize the 2 buckets, but underneath that, there are other factors that could be vetted out. There's the response and the mitigation. And just, that's a true question. Would we benefit from having that kind of conversation before we start noodling on other sources? Yes.
Okay. Brian, Northwest Insurance Council. Thanks for asking that question. Going back to the discussion we were having earlier about the buckets as well, I do think, although some of this information has been provided in different sessions that we've had, it seems like it would be a really helpful thing to have it laid out in a document about the buckets and what the need is for each of those, and however much detail might be able to be easily provided. I'm thinking about not only this discussion, but if we get to a place where, we're coming down to the final meeting and saying yes or no to various recommendations, I think all of us who have constituencies are going to have to go and say, here's what the money is for, in a very, as specific a way as possible. So that might be a useful exercise. I don't know that it needs to forestall any of the discussions we have today in a general sense. And maybe we can find a way to attach warmth or cold numbers to the various proposals and say, I feel warm about this one, I feel cold about that one, and as we sort of try to continue to winnow down without getting to the hard yeses and nos. That might be a way to go today, but I do think that information would be super helpful as we're trying to explain to our constituencies what this funding goes to and how it's beneficial.
Thank you, Kenton. We were quietly whispering over here, thinking maybe the same thing, that we should take a break and let the agencies pull forward that information and to the best of their ability to actually kind of mark the different funding bucket needs so that you all have that clarity of picture before we ask you to weigh in. I will also just say, we really need you to weigh in before the end of this process. Otherwise, there's no clear signal from you as a very powerful group collectively back to the agencies and through the agencies to the legislature about what your best advice is for sustainable funding. So while this is one of the most uncomfortable parts of the process, it's very critical that we actually, we have to daylight your signals. And we can do that in a way that doesn't call out specific entities, but we do have to do that on behalf of the collective. So I want to just forewarn you that we are not going to give up on that. We have to get that signal, and we'll do that in a way that makes sense for everybody. But this isn't just an exercise in saying these are the different ideas. It's not a brainstorm anymore. It's actually moving toward where do we actually align. So let's take a break. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll come back. We'll ask the agencies to send out maybe a visual or some kind of informing document that shows the funding need and the kind of targets of the buckets. And then we'll go from there. So we'll see you at 10:35. Let's come back. Thanks for your patience, those of you on Zoom. We took a little bit longer, but we're coming back. So there was a document emailed out to everybody, and we've got handouts in the room here. So if you look at the one pager, this will look somewhat familiar to some of you who were doing some work in September. We had a meeting. This was a table that we worked through in September. I think it has updated data based on the cost of this year's season.
Yep.
So that's the one change, is that it actually brought in this year's actual dollar or costs. So Kyle, do you want to speak to this just a little bit before we move on?
I can help. And, questions as you look at this, as Robin mentioned, it should be somewhat familiar. It's cleaned up. To Travis's opening statement, right? We really got down and anchored into what did it look like for the agencies with 762 level investment. There's some other stuff in there that we know we would like to have or need to have or have to have or are expecting to pay as we go through that. You can see how it breaks down. Again, it's the same document we looked at earlier in this process relative to which agency and what amount of dollars there. Get down to the bottom, as Robin mentioned, we've included now the 2024 fire season costs into that average net. So we have a pretty good picture of what we expect for the state's obligation. To Brennan's point, the real dollars that we know this state is going to have to come up with to take care of a fire season. And then again, range all scalable. This would be the floor of investment to match with 762. And you could go up from here depending on how much more effective and how much more work you want to get done. Sure.
Kyle.
Anytime for a Kyle.
Question is about flexibility in spending these funds. So obviously we're talking an average expenditure of 170 million. If we've got a down fire year, could we put that money into a savings account for future years?
I would recommend you make that recommendation.
That's a great idea. And I'd also add, this was put together, right? And again, when we met, I can't remember, August, we talked about some different ranges, and this is definitely scalable. And there are things like with severity that you could move numbers, right, around to different places. So again, this is a framework. We know we have a $300 million challenge in front of us. And that's what we've kind of anchored into. And again, that's, back to investment levels similar to Senate Bill 762. Senate Bill 762 did not have the large fire or conflagration or catastrophic fire fund as part of it. So again, these numbers you can move a little bit here and there based on, where it makes the most sense. That said, we know we're in the range of a $300 million challenge that's in front of us.
Thanks, Kyle. All right. Any other just clarifying questions on this funding table?
Totally just a clarifying question.
Just to clarify.
The asterisks and then the dark green bottom right and the subtotal, can you put a little bit more flesh on that? Just to make sure we all understand what that means.
So in terms of the challenge that Mark had illustrated around, affordable rates for the solution in 762 was a $15 million injection of general fund, right? And you don't see that built into this. So in the absence of a more plain solution to bring those rates down, we made the assumption that something a la the work that was done last session or that the stakeholder groups presented in Pendleton would be in place to achieve that so that we didn't have to address it somewhere else in here.
Mark?
So, sorry about that. Not talking about the rates for a change for me. However, as the outgoing chair or the immediate past chair of the WPAC and the chair of the finance committee of the WPAC, I thought it's important. The WPAC, Wildfire Policy Advisory Council, spent great deal of time over the past 3 years putting, really putting this under a close microscope and spending a lot of time reviewing it and supported it. And actually, this is what moved forward into the WPAC's report to the legislature. I think it's also important to remember that the WPAC reviews programs and funding from the expenditure side. And this group is a revenue review group or recommendations. So just so that everyone understands, a lot of work has gone in by the 19 members of the WPAC and with the agencies in just really looking over this proposal here to the legislature. And if there's any WPAC questions or specific questions from that perspective, I'd be glad to answer them.
Pat, did you?
Yeah, Kyle, just a clarifying question, or Travis, these dollar amounts are above the base rate that is currently being paid.
So for OSFM, Senate Bill 762 gave us one-time funding. So that one-time funding was significantly reduced in the current biennium. And so what this looks to do is get to a sustainable, long-term level that is similar to the one-time dollars that were in Senate Bill 762 for the Department of State Fire Marshal. Similar. Yeah, and affirmative for ODF's perspective. These would be dollars above what we have in the system now.
That landowners currently pay into their base rates or,
Correct.
or fire patrol assessments. Okay, thank you.
So following on that question, these needs, are these a recognition of needs pre 762? And that 15 million, pre 762, the rate was the rate. 762 on the ODF side, 15 million was injected into the system through the legislative process. Post 762, it was pulled back. What I'm looking at here for ODF on the readiness side, it says an additional 12 million. 12 is not 15. Again, simple math for me. Thank you. So where does that stand in terms of this need? And I'm circling back, not to put words in Mark's mouth, but after the 15 million was removed post 762, that is when the major problem with rates for landowners occurred, which generated this process. Help me understand how that fits in.
I think to the question that Casey had, right? We did not include the 15 million that the general fund provided for the rate relief in 762. Our assumption was that the work of this group to recommend, that base level affordability would be that solution, save for, kind of a caveman approach would have been just drop the 15 million in here and call it good that same way. But we assume there's going to be something a little more elegant from this work that does that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that and can understand from the agency's perspective why you didn't put it in there. So I guess one thing for this group to consider, though, is it's really $315 million that we're trying to solve for when you just isolate an additional 15 million for ODF.
Okay. Are folks tracking that? Okay, some people are really tracking it, but just want to make sure. For the collective, I just want to make sure if people are having questions about what Brennan's talking about, we need to get that clarified. No? All right, you've all been paying attention. Okay. All right, so I am going to, any other questions about the funding model? Clarifying questions about this table that was just shared with you? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Oh, there is a hand. Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
No, I'm not tracking.
Okay.
So the green part, back to Casey, picked that up, is that assumption. What is the dollar assumption? What are you putting in there? Is it the 15 million that are we assuming we're going to get rate relief for the landowners? Because to Mark's point earlier, if we don't, then we're double and tripling taxing the landowners. But so will you go back over that for me, please?
I'll try Matt again. This is Kyle for folks online.
Thank you, Kyle.
The work that was done, and I hate to keep referencing it as 4133, but that work, that solution set did create lower rates than what we had come out of post 762. And so in a roundabout way to answer your question, yes, if that asterisk comes together, we assume rate relief would be achieved. And there may be some allocation of dollars and moving things around. I think Brennan's going to try and articulate a little bit more about the concepts that were in that in just a little bit, and maybe that'll help answer some of your questions, Matt. But yes, that green asterisk assumes rate relief.
Sorry, this is Brandon with the Association of Oregon Counties. As a reminder, I brought it up in Pendleton. Counties pay that rate doubled, right? So you've said a couple times we're making the assumption that rate relief happens. What happens if it doesn't?
You guys seeing why I didn't want to give you all the detail yet? Yeah. It assumes the work that was presented in Pendleton, something like that happens. And I believe you guys were included in that concept. So that's the best I've got for you right now.
Thanks for that question.
Well, Bren, you've got your, okay. Kenton Bryan, Northwest Insurance Council. So well, I guess a question I have, maybe this has already been answered, forgive me, but are we then saying or suggesting that it's part of this work group's recommendation alternatives to specifically say that the 4133 structure should be adopted by the legislature?
Spoiler alert, we're going to be asking that question in the next segment, but we have to get there. But yes, that's
Look at me seeing the future.
it's one of the proposals on the table is that there's this package that goes together. Right now, we're looking at potential statewide allocation sources. That's what I'm going to be asking a threshold question around in just a moment. Then we're going to go into looking at the landowner assessment and ratepayer proposal, which is a carry forward of a conversation that was had in the last session that didn't pass. And you've heard proposals nuanced, but very conceptually the same from OFIC and from OSWA that you heard last time. We'll be revisiting that in a little bit to just help folks really clarify what the conceptual pieces are, because it's more than just the ratepayer dollar amounts. There's a direction of funding question. There's a role for the EFCC change fund. So there's changes in there that we want to make sure everybody's clear on. We do want to do a alignment check on that concept to go part of a comprehensive package. The third piece that we will get to is this remaining list of different sources, sector specific, broad, but they're kind of new funding source ideas that have been on the table that we'll be talking through today. Some of you have presentations around some of them. So that's a third component that eventually we will get to, but we're not actually asking you to do a full consensus check on those. So Pat, back to your question, we're just trying to build the whole thing, but we need to ask some threshold questions to give signals of, well, what do you want built into the solution sets? One of those being, should we add a statewide allocation concept in? And that's the threshold question I'd like to ask the group right now to consider. So with that, what we're going to do is ask you, remember I've been, hey Frank.
That's good. This is Frank with OVFA. And it seems like every time we try to get started taking the temperature of some of these ideas that we get down a rabbit hole that we've already discussed 4 months ago. And then we'll get sidetracked and we'll get back to the temperature and then we'll get back to the rabbit hole that we were down 4 months ago. And I just remind everybody that when we were tasked with this, I remember that we were tasked with finding alternative funding sources for OSFM and ODF. And that we weren't here to restructure how they did things or their operations or anything like that. We were here to help them find alternate funding sources. And somehow we've gotten down to the point where we want to know how much you're going to spend on porta toilets at a fire, which I know is a lot of money. But that said, I think I want to thank Robin. My alarm's going off. I want to thank Robin because she's really trying hard to get us to rank these and get us to narrow these down. And I think we owe her, after 4 months, we owe her the respect of helping her do that and try not to go down rabbit holes that is not going to make a difference in what we suggest to Travis and to Kyle. You know, I think that's my biggest thing. So I think that's what we should do. There you go.
Frank is not getting paid for this, but appreciate your process mind on that. Thank you. So I think let's do a quick threshold, and we're not going to be recording entity X said this or entity Y said that. We're going to do a quick sweep through, give us your 1 through 5 on the threshold question I'm about to ask. A 1 signals I would enthusiastically support carrying this proposal forward. 2 is, yep, I agree. 3 is I'm neutral. I'm on the fence. I'm not going to block it, but I don't have strong feelings either way. 4 is I have some serious questions and concerns, and I would have a proposal to get me to a better level of support or comfort with this one. 5 is absolutely not. I would block this, actively block this from going forward. So 1 is absolutely yes, 5 is absolutely no, and then we've got it in between, okay? So we're going to ask the threshold question, which is, if you think about a comprehensive funding proposal, does the group feel that one component of that should be a statewide allocation within this range of the blue ideas? So we're not asking you which one, we're asking the threshold question of, do you think this should be part of your recommended package going forward, that some version of a statewide allocation is important to include in your proposal? Right. Okay, hold on. All right, so we're at 1 through 5. You can see that. I'm gonna do a quiet walking around and checking with the work group members in the room. And then I'm gonna ask Sylvia to do the same for the Zoom folks. We're just gonna gather in the numbers and then we'll spit out an aggregate, an average after the break, okay? Chris.
So I appreciate how you're struggling with process here. And I also appreciate all the work that you're doing to drive this process, because I know it's not easy, and I agree with what Frank said. I do have a question, though, about how we register our contingencies. So like for the first one, we're going to be a 2, but it's contingent upon the passage of something like a 4133, being a part of that package. So, there's some hydraulics between some of the pieces.
And we heard that from Mark, and we assume that's true for a number of you at the table. There's an assumption even built into the funding ask. So I do wonder if that's maybe one of those conditional statements that folks can kind of enter into this alignment check, and that we will actually come back at the end on the comprehensive and ask for your 1 through 5 on the comprehensive. So recognizing that this one wouldn't go on its own. Kyle? Does that make sense, Chris? One sec. Kyle's got his hand up, and then Carl.
Go ahead, Carl. I can't wait.
I don't think they can hear you.
Okay.
It would be demonstrative enough to know that it is conditional.
Yeah.
And I think that that's important because, what is that word? Absolutes are a trap to the dark side. So for Star Wars fans, right? So let's just say, let's use asterisk or whatever to cover your thoughts. I think just to keep it moving, because it is all 100% conditional. No, you said 1, Carl. You have to.
That's right.
Right.
Conditional. So this is our signals to them for now, so they can actually proceed with potentially building some solution sets. This would be a component, and we won't actually ask for the full consensus check of the group until the end when we have like an actual package for you to weigh in on. But we need signals right now. Okay. All right. With the asterisks, I'm just going to walk around.
And for work group members that are online, I think it might be easiest if you just send me a chat message with your kind of level of support for that question. of whether some version of a statewide allocation should be part of the comprehensive funding recommendation. And just send me a chat with that and let me know if you have any questions. That might just be the easiest way to get your input.
Okay, thanks. That was Sylvia, right? This is Casey. And
Yes.
I was distracted by Robin, and I was trying to listen to her and listen to you. So what I'm hearing is that there's a consensus or alignment check about having a statewide. And under statewide, there's general fund or proxies for the general fund, correct? Okay, great. So yeah, thank you.
Yes, thanks. So I didn't hear Robin, but yeah, this is just to check if there should be a version of some statewide allocation at all as part of the recommendation, not necessarily which one of the sources you are supportive of at this point. Thank you.
All right. So in the room, we've got all ones and twos. I'm wondering, Sylvia, if you could give us just a general read from the Zoom. If there's any fours or higher, we could invite folks to offer perspective.
Yeah, so on the I think we've got 5 twos and a 1. No, 6 twos and a 1. No fours or fives.
Okay, so that's a strong signal of support so far, with the conditional asterisks that some version of a statewide allocation is important to add into the comprehensive package. Do you want us to ask about each individual? Is it important to the agencies for us to do that? About each of the types? We can do that.
These the ones inside that bucket, it would be nice.
It would be nice if we could give them signals on which ones you feel are, and this is the question I would ask. This is not a question of politically viable. Please, if we could, that's other people have to deal with that. Some of you individually have to deal with that, but other people will deal with that. Other forums will deal with that. This is about what does the group feel is the best match for this type of need. And so you could say strongly all of these, you could say none of these. Well, you have to say one of them because you offered that yes, but it doesn't, we're not going to really rank these. We'll just see how they kind of, generally the temperature reads out to the agencies. Okay. Kyle, did you have a question? Okay.
You spoke to it.
Okay. Any questions about what we're asking? So this is now per blue bucket type. Okay. All right. And then one other just clarification I want to get to based on something Doug, you said, which is in the first one, the ending balance rainy day fund. You sort of described two different types of ideas here. One being an add 0.5% and direct it, and one was a one-time funding. Is that right? We have two different versions.
Affirmative.
Okay.
And I'm recalling the conversation, one additive comment for awareness is LRO asked me to add in of appropriations up to ending balance, because if the Ways and Means utilizes the full, there's no ending balance. So just have that in the back awareness that there could be no ending balance depending on what Ways and Means does. Okay.
Clarifying question, Robin, you had mentioned requires 2/3 vote of the legislature. Is that on either of these or both, or just the lower one, the 50% transfer? So when you were describing it earlier, Doug, you said when you were talking about this bucket, and this is Roger, that this action requires a 2/3 vote of the legislature. And I'm just wondering if that's on one or both of those actions.
That's a follow-up for the voting. I'm out ahead of my skis on that one. And I don't think there's anyone here to validate that. So unknown at the time.
And question
let's-
Mark as well online.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mark.
Just quickly, under 4133 on the property tax lot fee, if you were already paying as a ratepayer, this wasn't going to be layered on top. Is that the same for this proposal? Just so I understand.
Mark, in 4133, all property taxes, regardless of your ratepayer or not, paid the $10 as it was drafted, which never made it into the final bill. But it was all property tax lots.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so bear with us. We're going to try and get through this. These are, again, quick signals of how strong do I think this is proposal. The first one is on the ending balance rainy day fund. And we're going to start with the top one, the 0.5% of the appropriation up to the ending balance. So you would take 0.5% and direct it toward fire fund. 0.5%. Okay, so that's the first question. We're going to do a little quick gauge and give us a sec. All right, so I've got a couple asterisks and ones and twos, one kind of 3, 4. So the 3, 4, do you want to say anything about why you're a 3, 4? And I think it's you, yeah.
Sorry about that. It's Casey for the folks online. I harken back to Doug's opening comments that got a little bit of intense scrutiny, which were really around general fund. And Doug and I have talked about this a little bit since then, that the governor's got a lot of things that she needs general fund dollars for. And this is just general fund dollars. And recalling that Matt from Cattleman's made it really clear that he's not supportive of additional general fund being the solution. So to me, it's general fund RA is going in. This is just a different way of talking about general fund.
Just a point of clarification, I guess. Casey, you said that Matt not being supportive of general fund being the solution. I guess I understood his comments the opposite, that he was a proponent of the general fund being the solution. And I looked to others in the room.
Let's let Matt speak for himself.
Yes.
Yeah, that is correct.
Which one?
Yeah, the second, not Casey's. I am in strong support of using general fund because that's an all Oregon solution.
Okay, great. Thanks for that, Brendan. So I take it back. I then, with the governor, and it sounds like maybe Doug asterisks, want to make sure that we're looking for sources that aren't general fund. Thanks.
And then Sylvia, reports from the Zoom.
Yeah, online we have 5 with a 2 for rainy day fund and 1 person that said 3 neutral.
Anybody want to speak to your caveats about this one? You don't have to. Chris and then.
Sure. Chris Edwards, OFIC. Our caveat is that something like a 4133 style proposal is also moving forward with it. And that proposal takes landowners out of large fire. And so that's the hydraulics. If we're depending on this to be propping up large fire and we're tied to that, then potential fluctuations in that could be whipping us around politically. So.
Brian, OFCA. I think for me, just as well, I voted it to and support it. I think the question of is what does that ending fund balance bring? And again, fluctuations and everything else is just like, I could support the idea. I just don't know what value it brings to the conversation.
Yeah, Doug Graff, clarify, and I'm reflecting, I'm really glad I wrote down that speech and added it as part of the documentations, and the governor sat down and reviewed this. So just to clarify, I couldn't find it right here in front of me, but I'm recalling not general fund alone can be the solution of this. And we went back and forth based on my opening statements. And that's important as to why we built the 4 buckets this way, because you can see the reallocation of existings and then new resources, and then of course the existing system structure. So that's an important distinction of where these fundings fall into. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, let's do a check now on the other component of the ending balance rainy day. So this would be a one-time transfer, 50% transfer over to fire. So this would just be a one-shot this round, transfer this money. There's an estimation of what that would produce for a one-time shot infusion. So I'm going to do another check on that. Sylvia will do that for the folks in the room.
Can I ask a quick question? Does it have to be 50%? Like can we agree that a percentage could go toward it, but doesn't it have to be 50% in case there's a concern about that, some of that money?
I think that's right. I think this was just to give you a revenue analysis, but I think just a percentage one time would go transfer over to a fire fund. Let's do that. Okay. Oh, Barry.
Just a clarification, this would be a one-time injection based on the kind of investment you were talking about, I believe, Doug, that would provide for, somebody up there was talking about dump a pile of money in and then use that as a source of primary and operate off of the cap, operate off the interest, or however you decide to set it up. This wouldn't be money thrown in there, used for a year or two, and then just, okay. So it's a long-term investment. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a one-time infusion of capital to get that bank accounts built up. But there would need to be sustainable inputs from other revenue sources described here to keep that balance up high enough. And that would help guard against extreme cost fire seasons to where you don't fully deplete the fund. And this is Brennan with EFCC.
All right, we'll do the check. All right, so we've got a mix, quite a few 1s and 2s, a couple 3s, and a 4. Sylvia, how about on the Zoom?
Yeah, online we have mostly 2s and 1, 1, and 1, 3.
Does our 4 want to speak to?
It was me.
Okay.
Political concerns. This seems like a third rail that would be very contentious in Salem. So I know that's not supposed to be part of our decision making, but I can't get that out of my mind. And I don't want this group moving forward that's going to be a no-go from the start.
I'll add some clarity to the asterisks. Brennan with EFCC. Kyle, you're spot on. I chose to just ignore that. But my asterisk was in regards to the percent, right? If it's a one-time infusion, that percent needs to be high enough that is, we're not adding $50 million one time. That with Kyle's concerns would be a waste of political capital to try and get through. It would have to be a noteworthy amount for that single source of infusion.
So just to echo that, I think we need to capture that in this description as we move forward, that it is a one-time infusion of a strategic investment to be supported by new funds.
We've got that in our notes. We'll make sure it's clear. There's kind of 2 proposals within the one. Yeah.
My 4 goes away if there's a political path. I'm just flagging for the group.
Great.
Yeah, and this is Casey, Oregon Wild. Like Kyle, I see that. among the arguments that are out here that are like compelling to me, Brandon has come back to that one over again. Kyle, obviously you've done the same thing, which is that it feels like irresponsible governance to leave this like debt hanging that you have to incur every year. And knowing that some part of it, your argument, I think is one that can go far, I guess. Some of the other ones I remain skeptical about, but so that's my asterisk, is just like, I support it because of that particular thing, is that it's one of the, I think, more compelling arguments. If you take that argument out of it and just like, we need a bunch of money one time solely outside of everything else, then I think I go to a, neutral to whatever below that.
Casey, I appreciate that I had a compelling argument. I'd like, if you would sign an affidavit I could take to my wife. We'll talk after. Thanks.
All right, moving along. Let's look at the lottery idea. This is a percentage of dedicated lottery funds to fire funding. Any questions about that one? I think it's pretty straightforward. Oh, there is.
Sorry. So that money is allocated somewhere. So where is it? Who are we taking money away from by allocating that money to Wildfire?
Did you all talk about that in this group? You didn't, I don't think, but what's the, yeah, Roger.
Yeah, I don't have the breakdown right in front of me, but there's approximately, if I remember right, about 40% of the lottery is constitutionally dedicated now, somewhere in that arena. The rest of it is basically treated as general fund. It's supposed to go toward economic development and education and certain things, but it's very discretional for the legislature. And Fred could probably answer the question, being the budget writer, but that's about what it is right now. Is about 40% is already constitutionally dedicated.
Somebody hire this guy. He knows everything. Thank you, Roger. That's helpful background. And so we're talking about taking money out of the general fund portion of the lottery, not taking from OWEB or from state parks or anywhere else.
I just wanted to reflect, we had talked a lot originally about the direct link between these various funding mechanisms and fire. And I'm struggling to see the link between gambling, not that I'm a gambler, although I do farm. The link between gambling and fire, that I struggle with that a little bit. I have no problem taking money from the general fund. I'm a bit like Matt. It's a statewide issue. It's an emergency issue. But I just wanted to know, had we had that discussion, I thought we had, doesn't mean it doesn't be wiped off the table, but I like to see a link.
Okay, we've got all ones and twos in the room, 1, 3 in the room. What about up on the Zoom?
Yes, we have all 2s and a 1 on the Zoom. And there was a caveat for support for lottery funds at the 1 or 5%. If we at either one.
I spoke of this, Casey, for the folks online. I spoke about my admiration for Roger's arguments. I don't think he was telling us them as a politically feasible thing, but it was helpful to understand. So my caveat is that I would support the, even though this is a proxy for general fund, about, again, going to the ballot, because it's, I'm in the PFA, the private forest accord world, and we have a hook that holds us together. And I won't go into the details of that, but I feel like there needs to be a hook to hold this group together. And going to the ballot together is not together, but going to the ballot and all supporting it feels like the hook to me to keep us together.
Does our 3 want to say, I don't know who did it. If there was a 3 that had a, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I gave it a 3. Brian, OFCA. Again, I think for me, it comes down to, is it 1%, is it 5%? Like there's general fund support, or in it cannot be general fund alone, but to what extent can it be general fund? And I think that's the question that I have in my head is how much gap are we able to fill from there? Because we know that anything we take from general fund is going to impact other pieces. That's just why I was neutral.
All right, and Sylvia, can you clarify, you said there was a caveat around the percentage?
All right, yeah, actually, I suppose it's not a caveat, but if the person who said that, they just said they support lottery funds at either 1% or 5%, either would be fine. Like either gets a 2. That's support.
Pat Script with Forest Protective Associations. Barry, just a little pushback. I 100% agree that we would really need to look at funding sources, new funding sources that address risk or potential risk. But this is discretionary spending in a household lottery dollars. So it's a little different than mandated. And so that kind of moves me back into a 1 as, you know, it is a new revenue source, but it is the broad approach.
Thank you. Let's continue on. The next one is the property tax lot fee. So applying a straight dollar amount on all accounts or a straight dollar amount on improved accounts. So there was some question about this and some nuance about, well, how do you do that assessment? If it's for fire, it might actually be a different version of an improved lot as it would be for like a county tax assessment. Let's try to clarify, or if there's a proposal from one of you to just say, let's just do a proposal on a specific. Go ahead.
Thanks, Barry. I'll take the first shot and then the group can jump in. I don't know that it's a double taxation. It would be in addition to is how I would characterize it. And the way that I think it was originally discussed and designed was it was a dollar amount per a tax account. So if you have a tax account, then it was in addition to what you were already paying for that tax account. Is that fair from the group?
Yeah, this is Roger, with one clarification, because there are tax lots and there are tax accounts. And this would be per tax lot, because I, as an individual, could have 10 lots, but I only have one account. Isn't that the way it worked? It's not per taxpayer, it's per account, per lot.
Yeah, I think this is Brandon with the counties. My understanding is it is per account and not lot, because if it was account, then you would get all of the folks in the high-rise condominium apartments in downtown Portland as an example, and not just the individual who owns the lot that the condominium is built on.
But if a taxpayer owns multiple lots or accounts, they would pay on each one of those.
Yes.
So tax account, not taxpayer.
So that was Brennan from EFCC, I mean, we've had this issue a couple times, and I guess I'm looking for clarity at this point where we're giving a temperature reading. What is the proposal? Is it lots or accounts? Because it's a significant difference.
It's account is what people are mouthing account. So it's tax account is the proposal.
And if memory serves from conversations in the Senator Steiner's group, $10 would generate roughly 20 million. $10 per account would generate 20 million. So the second column is that first line is accurate. I can't speak to the second line because this actually improved accounts. I mean, that's new to me.
I think, Robin, just for simplicity, I think let's say it's $10. Again, we're just trying to show a range, right? You could pick a different number, but just to get the temperature check, it's $10 per tax account. And that takes off the unimproved piece that we talked about. It takes off the question around, is it a tax lot? Let's just to get the temperature check, again, let's go tax account, $10, just to see how the room feels for clarity.
All right, those words are on the screen if that's helpful. So we're all seeing the same thing.
Yeah, so to Roger's question about the like a high rise versus like I own several tax lots, right? So under this one, there's one tax account, property tax account for the high rise, because I have one property tax account. So then so what you're saying is that every person in the high rise would pay the $10 and I would pay the $10 even though they're on one tax lot and I'm on like 10. Okay, cool. That's helpful. Thank you.
My understanding was, going back, the high rise, there is one tax lot, but multiple accounts for that tax lot. This proposal, which comes from discussions from Senator Steiner's group, was to not do lots because of the exact example that you just brought up, and Roger, where you as a tax account holder may have multiple lots, right? That's just the history of how things were broken up on your property. This is for tax accounts, not individual lots.
Mark, do you have a thumbs up? Was that a hand raise or a thumbs up?
I was just acknowledging what Brennan said, because that was what we, the senator used it as an example. If you recall, she said she lives in the building and owns a condominium in it, and she would be paying the $10 versus the other option.
Okay, Kyle?
Sorry to be a wet blanket. History is prologue here. You know, the $10 fee in 4133 was a poison pill. Got a lot of bad press, was kind of a bad sign out of the gate. So I'm going to be a 4. I would prefer opt-out mechanisms that we're going to talk about later today that would provide an opportunity for Oregonians to choose whether they pay the fee and could still get us to roughly the same number.
Great, thank you. Pat?
Casey, a good example is I believe Black Butte Ranch is one tax lot, but each home in that is a tax account, has a tax account. Yeah, so I think there's some clarity. Are we talking, and then tax accounts, and this is a question, not a statement, but they extend beyond property. So you have accounts for your equipment on certain businesses, and would that apply? Does it need to be defined as tax accounts tied to property or in general?
Okay, Roger, and then I think we're either going to try to simplify this as a concept, or somebody's going to make a proposal and we'll do a proposed alignment check. Roger?
So, yeah, so as I recall, in 4133, there was a provision added to the bill that allowed a person who has contiguous tax lots to combine those into a single account. And that would be, it was for a 5-year period. So for instance, if you're a forest landowner, like I am, and I have a parcel that has 5 tax lots in a contiguous parcel, I would be able to apply or do the paperwork and say, for the purposes of this fee, that is a single tax account. Therefore, I would pay $10 on it, on that parcel. I know you've got parcel accounts, lots, but that was also part of 4133 to allow combining of those.
One more comment.
I still am a little unclear on when we get to, does this take any revenue away from our counties on the tax account versus the tax lot? You know, I think we're tumbled to the tax account, but does it take any revenue away from our struggling counties already?
Hi, this is Miles from the counties. Yes, the quick answer is yes. Either way, it could potentially take monies away counties. Unless you did the option, the opt out, but either way, I think we're not for this.
Matt, I see your hand up.
Thank you. My point is just, to get back to what we had started on these ideas, do you support, do you not support, instead of all the caveats that go through it. I mean, one gentleman said that, if there's an opt-out, he'd be for it. Well, if there was an opt-out on the assessment fee that I keep paying every year on my property taxes, I'd be for it too. But I think if we need to stay on track on how this was originally lined out, rather than saying, I'm fully support if, or I don't support because. Just here's the option. It's $10 per tax account. Either you're for it or you're not.
Let's just do that. So I'm gonna go around in the room and Sylvia go on the Zoom. All right, so we've got in the room, we have a 1, several 3s and several 4s, a 1, a 2, several 3s and several 4s, and some, I can't vote. I don't know what I'm voting on. What about in the Zoom?
On the Zoom, we have mostly 2s and 1 3, and one of the 2s is only in support if there is rate relief.
All right, I think we've heard plenty on what the concerns are. There's clearly still some confusion about what this would generate, who would actually be targeted, how would it impact the ability of counties to collect taxes. There's a lot of questions around this one. So we'll leave it at that. But if anybody wants to add something you haven't already added, go for it.
Yeah, I think just to add, like one of the reservations that we would have, or the asterisk, would be how is that reflected on the tax account bill, and how's that communicated to the public when we have a number of our nearly 50%, I think it's 47% of our members that rely on levies and or GO bonds, and just that communication piece.
Yeah, so for the counties, how does that impact your ability to collect taxes? I'm sorry, I didn't pick up on that. So adding $10, is it like Brian said, depending on where and how it goes, is it a compression issue or what?
There's a compression issue if as it's written, it is applied to all properties, those accounts, because it will then be subject to compression because it is not, there's no one exempt from it or have the option to opt out of it.
And that's what would make it then turning it in basically voluntary is what you're saying? By having
Yes.
an opt-out?
Yeah, and in order to avoid the compression issue, according to the Department of Revenue, you need that potential to opt out piece. Otherwise, it will impact compression and cause the county, city, special districts all to potentially receive less if it triggers that compression threshold.
If you did do the opt-out, I do believe it would create a lot of work for assessors that is already going to be really quite difficult for them.
Frank with OVFA. I was a number 4 and really I was a number 4 because there's so much conversation going around the room that it's obviously a very confusing topic, and with a lot of different caveats to it, I just don't think we could get it right and functional.
All right, let's look at the bottle bill. Why is that funny?
Robin.
Brennan.
Brennan with EFCC. Jumping in front on this one, I have some concerns about price sensitivity of consumers amid current conversations of inflation. And this is just Brennan's opinion. I think 5 cents is really starting to infringe on that price sensitivity. And by, again, my simpleton math, a penny would generate $40 million, right? Which I think there you might have some more public buy-in, legislative buy-in if you paid 11 cents for a bottle but only got 10 cents back. So what I would offer for this group to consider as you're taking a pressure check is not focusing on that nickel, but some proportion, some pennies amount is built into this. And also to clarify, because I've heard a couple different things talked about in this, it would be you would add something, we currently have a 10-cent deposit, right? You pay that 10 cents, you get it back if you take that back to bottle drop. This would be additional to that would not be refunded. It's not a part of your deposit. So you would pay, example, 11 cents, but only get 10 cents back. That 1 cent off the, what was it, 200 million bottles that get returned every year? That blew my mind, side note. That would not be refunded, that 1 penny. Is that how others understood that? Also, side note, the amount of water bottles that fire camps buy, you'd be funding yourself.
Okay, so is your suggestion that we just say the concept of adding some cents to a bottle bill, to the bottle, maybe not 5 cents, but maybe something less?
My two proposals are a penny or some amount.
A penny or some amount?
Again, I don't work in the building. I don't know who's going to come out in opposition of a nickel, but it strikes me that really starts to influence some price sensitivity that people may be very opposed to.
Okay. All right, so let's do a check generally on the concept and maybe set aside the actual cents dollar amount. I do wonder if there are questions folks have about doing this and having impact. So you were doing some math saying what a penny would generate. What was that?
Don't take this to the bank, but it was 40 million.
Okay, so just so people have that awareness that you could do maybe a range. And I know that was one of the questions of some of the other ideas was how much impact you'd have. So I'm going to do a general check, Sylvia, not the actual 5 cents, but just some add-on to the bottle bill that would be targeted to fire funding. Okay. All right. So we're kind of a moderate support. It's 1s, 2s, and a lot of 3s. So no 4s or 5s, but definitely a little bit of a moderated support for this one. What about on Zoom, Sylvia?
Yeah, online we have mostly 1s and 2s, and one person gave it a 3.
Friend in the grocery lobby? I don't Is it the political viability? Yeah.
Question, could you defer this to a ballot? So you mean refer it to the voter? I have no idea. Some people are saying we think so, but. Right, so you could.
I didn't say anything. No. I know, I think it's regressive in nature, even though it's a penny on a bottle, is that, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right for us to charge money for an empty bottle to pay for fire. It's regressive in nature, like I said, and people they don't, much like the lottery discussion, right? We pay for veteran stuff out of the lottery. We don't ask the veterans to gamble, right? So I don't know but I think in Oregon, the bottle bill is a long historic thing. that's really exchange of funds and using it to fund something that should be on the first page of the budget in the state of Oregon is not dependent on how much stuff we drink out of a bottle. That's my thing. I'm neutral, just as Chris was, for all those same reasons. Thank you.
And we have a comment online from Matt.
Thank you. You guys probably knew I was going to comment on this. This is a no-brainer. And someone had talked about price sensitivity. These products are inelastic. If you've taken any economics courses, if you raise it a nickel, no one's going to stop buying a pop. Granted, you won't give it back to them as you will, your 10-cent refund or whatever. In many parts of Eastern Oregon, we don't have bottle drops. Many of them are just thrown away because of that. Let me put it in perspective for you. Mark and I are cattlemen. That's our business. We raise beef. Currently, we're paying $20 per cow on open rangeland to $60 per cow in forested rangeland to fund ODF. So to think that it's going to go up 5 cents is going to, economically hurt someone, that's ridiculous. $60 a cow is economically hurting our industry. So that puts it into perspective. And let me add, the amount of money that it generates is substantial. We're not talking about $1 million or $2 million. We're talking about $200 million.
For the record, I went back and found the note the LRO provided, and 2 billion containers were returned in 2023. Those are not my words. This was from.
For the record, or for the folks online, this is Casey. I guess so that's 500 per person-ish ag math. So I'm going to do some ag math here too. And I mean, with my farm, I spend a lot of money on my expenses, right? And those are expenses. And then I have profit out of that when I sell my carrots. So I'm not selling cattle, I'm selling carrots because they don't leave the farm unless I tell them to. It's so great. And so I just want to put that in perspective that Matt and me, we're doing profit-making enterprises and we're accepting a cost, and the cost of doing business for me is a lot higher than when somebody's going to the grocery store and buying a bottle of water or buying a soda or sending their kid to the grocery store. And so I very much I'm with Carl that the cost to consumers is just so direct. And really, partly to Brendan, to your comment about the 5 versus the 1, it's real direct connection, this weird thing in a society where we have the bottle bill, and the bottle bill is this exchange. We agree to this system where we pay a little bit more, but we're going to get it on the backside. And I don't think that comparing how much I spend on my irrigation pump is appropriate to comparing somebody who's buying something at the grocery store. Sorry. That felt like it needed to be said, or at least I needed to.
Thanks, Kenton Bryan, Northwest Insurance Council. I'm glad of this conversation about impact on consumers. It'll come up again later when we're talking about adding cost to insurance policies. That said, I also just wanted to remind folks, and scene. I do think as we think about the principles that we laid out when we first started, that I understand that we're looking for nexus where it can be found, but also we're looking for all Oregonian solutions. And this is a way for both people who visit Oregon, like I do, or who live in Oregon, to contribute toward something that has benefit for presumably everyone. So I do also understand the regressive nature of specific kinds of taxes that might fall more heavily on some than on others. So that's important, recognizing your comments, Brendan, about not getting too overboard on any one source. And that's more toward 1 penny than 5 probably makes more sense. Thanks.
Well, I think you're all illustrating the complexities of this and the weighing of a lot of different values in this particular one. So we'll leave it with folks to see what they want to do with that. But it's kind of a moderate support for this one. The last one on our list is the kicker. So if you look at page 2 of your table, this one is a one-time. So this would be one of those one-time infusions proposal injection of, so using the kicker as a surge or one-time funding to jumpstart the wildfire fund. And it would be targeting, you could target a percentage of the kicker. That would be the proposal, right? Yeah. All right. I think we've talked about this one enough. I'm going to start going down the line on this one. All right. So this one's kind of a mixed bag. We have some 1s, 2s, and 3s. We've got a couple 4s and we have a 5 on this one. From the virtual group.
Yeah, online it's also a little bit of a mixed bag. We have a 1, a 2, several 3s, and a 4.
So I might start, if the 5 is willing to say why you would actively block this, to tell us a little more.
Okay, it's Roger, and I was trying to decide if I'd be a 4 or 5. I went with a 5. I don't know, maybe I should have been a 4, but I think I haven't talked to my client or the people about this. I have no idea, but to me, the kicker is pretty, it's non-touchable usually, and I could be changed depending on what the client, what Oswald membership said, but I haven't even talked to him about it. So I just had to say it's either 4, 4.5, 5, somewhere in there.
What was the reason? I
haven't talked to anybody, and it's just the kicker is just it's like religious. I mean, you don't mess with the kicker.
Okay. What about any 4s that want to speak up, either on Zoom or in the room? Any 4s that wanted to speak up? Okay, Matt.
Okay, so I'm in Roger's camp on that, and I almost put a 5. The kicker was designed to, if we overtax, then we give a rebate back to the taxpayers of Oregon. And that's the way it should stay.
I was a 3. It's a really like a neutrality, but thinking to Brennan and Kyle and Travis, I don't want to forget you, Travis, in this one, the argument about really the good governance and paying your bills and committing to pay your bills. Matt actually convinced me that I should support it with that comment because it is, it's the, hey, we estimated differently than we have. And so we've got this extra and we're going to return it to people. And it's kind of the opposite of what fire funding is right now, where you're like, I swear we'll pay the bill. We don't really know how much it's going to cost. And so to me, there's like actually a logical connection there between arguing to legislators that there's a need for allocating some of it. That's all. See, I'm changing my mind here.
All right, let's take a lunch break. Is the lunch here? The lunch is here? Okay, let's take a lunch break. If I may ask the group, can we take 30 minutes and come back and settle in for a little presentation from Brennan before you have to leave? Is that okay?
Robin, I had one comment.
Oh.
I did one.
Go ahead, Carl.
Risk on that. When we talked about making an all Oregonian problem, the kicker goes to all Oregonians. And when if we have the right salespeople on this one time, I'm not saying 987 million, but to go to Doug's point about lumping and Travis and Kyle's creating that fund a one time, I believe from an explanatory standpoint that you could fabricate that and say, look, as opposed to adding a tax or doing something with pneumatic tires, we're going to do this as a result of a kicker for one time to get things going to where Brennan was talking about and using that I think it all goes back to sales. We're not talking about compression issues with the extra $10. I just thought that this is an interesting thing. I understand the hands-off mark. Hey, that's our money. You didn't budget for it. But we're also trying to go back and tell people that this is a front page thing, not an emergency board action of the legislature. That we are all invested in this, and it is your money, and we would ask them. That's my thing. Thank you.
It feels like 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You know, if you're taking taxes out of the kicker at the end, but putting $10 tax on the front, what's the difference? I mean, I understand the hands off, and I appreciate that, but it does seem like moving money around and not being genuine about things.
All right, well, thank you for doing all of that. We will come back at 12:45, let's say, and resume and just keep rolling. Thanks, everybody. I think it's time for us to regroup. All right. How was lunch? Delicious. Good. Thank you to the agency team for providing lunch today.
Very welcome.
Just not even an asterisk, just a straight, fully support #1 on that one. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving into another segment. This is around, let's just go back and look at our little visual. Let me see if I can find it for myself. Of our little comprehensive funding concept. So the bucket that we're going to be looking at now is on the existing system structure. And there are some conceptual proposed ideas that came forward from a couple of different groups. And the work group asked, could you do a little bit more comparison? Because this is a pretty complicated topic, we recognize that there needs to be a little more airtime for this. So what we'll do today, so this is not a new idea that's coming to you. This is an idea that's been floated. Yes. Oh, Sylvia, I guess Mariana's in the waiting room. I think Sylvia's doing it.
Got it. Thanks.
She's not physically out there trying. Let me in. Okay. Try to get her in. So again, this is just another iteration of the conversation that we had last time. But I think what I was recognizing is that it might be helpful just to get an overview of what the sort of conceptual pieces are for this. And Brennan, who served in a earlier round of conversations around this and offered some support for today, has a little bit of a presentation, and then we'll turn it over to the proposers to talk through a little bit more of that comparison. Okay. So Brennan, we can pull up slides for you if you're ready for that.
Yeah. Brennan Greltz, Emergency Fire Cost Committee. As a quick background, part of the reason I was asked is
Look at that mustache. Hey, do you want to ride together for that policy meeting?
Yes.
Oh, you should turn your phone on mute. We're hearing folks on the Zoom.
Just as a quick background, I was heavily involved in the Senator Steiner work group, and my focus similar to here, was really around building and writing good policy for the Emergency Fire Cost Committee and what that committee provides to Oregon's complete and coordinated system. So this quick presentation is just to give you an overview of what House Bill 4133 of the last session did. In the meeting handouts, there is a staff measure summary, which even I read and was confused on. So hopefully this presentation just kind of clears it up. It hits the high points. And the rationale for providing this today was that there has been a lot of talk about 4133 that's been thrown out over and over again. There's obviously dollars associated with that, which I'm agnostic on. But the policy, I think, is important where and continuing what has been a successful system between the public and private partnership that is EFCC. So if we could pull up those slides.
Okay, so we'll pull up slides that Brennan will use. There's also a couple of documents that were emailed and handouts. So we did actually email back the engrossed language from the bill because a lot of this is carryover from 4133. So that's a reference. And then in this table, the red section is actually the concept that's kind of broken down into pieces. So if you want to use this as a quick reference, you can as well.
Yeah, and again, I'm not going to get into the rate changes. This quick presentation doesn't even address those. Those are for other members in the room to bring forward what they would be proposing. So this goes way back, but what are the principles and the value that the emergency fire costs and the Oregon Forest Land Protection have provided? You know, the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund has been in existence for 50 years, but it really stems from the FPAs, the Forest Protective Associations, which have been in existence for over 100 years. And this principles maintained really was developed not from a landowner rep or private side, but this was developed in conjunction with ODF, where they see the value of EFCC, where they see the value of having that public-private partnership. And so those principles, going back to Roger's words with the kicker, those are sacrosanct to having a very strong system that is Oregon's complete and coordinated system. And if you're not aware, I work in policy both state and nationally. Oregon is looked at by other states. Their complete and coordinated system is recognized by other states as one of the premier in the nation. And why is that? It's partly because of how funding flows and the interactions between landowners and ODF to make a strong partnership to be successful at putting fires out. So y'all can read, hopefully if you made it this far in life, you can. Those principles right there, they're maintained throughout all this policy proposal. Next slide, please. So quick summary. Oversight, audit, engagement, and partnership, right? Those are some of the principles. 4133 maintained the emergency fire costs, but it shifted its focus. Its focus always had been on paying for large fire, equalizing the cost of large fire across all landowners, right? And the EFCC is a fiduciary committee over the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund, which we've talked about it in early meetings, contributes up to $10 million for large fire in the state. We also, and I'm going to go to the second bullet there of overseeing the distributions of funds. And one of the really important things that EFCC has done in its past is done some pretty thorough audits. Where's the money going? What is appropriate and eligible for large fire to pay for? There are a lot of costs in large fire that the rules state that the district has to pay for. So it maintains that fiduciary responsibility of making sure that there is good use of landowner dollars within the entire system. And also that transcends not just landowner dollars, but also into ODF and some of the actions, decisions on the ground, how those are being, the interplay between those. Because, you know, landowners are paying for ODF. They are paying for the firefighters on the ground. Another proposed change in there is having a good connection and working with the Board of Forestry. We've heard it through and through across the FPAs throughout the state that they kind of feel that they are a toothless committee, whether they, and last year and the year prior, many Forest Protective Association budget committees did not approve their budget, but it went on to the Board of Forestry, got voted, and the Board of Forestry said, here's your rate anyway. This committee, the committee has not historically engaged with the Board of Forestry in district budgets because it's been focused on the large fire cost above that. Now that committee would focus on working with the FPAs, communicating and helping them and be a conduit to the Board of Forestry. Out of a recognition that the fire world and the fire payment, who pays into it, has changed dramatically. Hence this conversation, the committee membership would expand. Right now it is for forest land owners or representative of forest land owners in the four regions within the state. This would expand that to include 2 small landowners, ratepayers, 1 grazing, 2 large forest landowners, and a Board of Forestry ex officio, which again, historically, there was a Board of Forestry member on the committee that has, long before my time, kind of dropped off. And I've had comments from Board of Forestry members saying, I don't even know what EFCC does. So this codifies that an ex officio would be a part of that. It also maintains that the Emergency Fire Costs Committee is not have its own power, but it needs to be able, any actions it takes would be, have a lot of consultation with the state forester, right? So there is, again, that balance of public-private partnership exist with ODF. And then we did keep in there the insurance policy and the ability for the state forester to purchase that. That was a really good policy. We as landowners and ODF, truly it's ODF, ended up money ahead on that policy before the vote was decided to not renew it because of some of the premiums and other costs that were just far exceeding reality for us. Next slide. Oh, that's small, all the way from over here. So if you're close to it, or if you all want to gather around, this is a rather simplistic view of how the current funding structure works for payment of large fire, right? You have the minimum lots, the improved lots, the forest products, harvest tax, and landowners contributing to the Oregon Forest Land Protection in a variety of different rates. But who pays into large fire? It's the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund, federal lands when there's cost share for fires, responsible parties, the general fund, and if you'd scroll down, district deductibles do pay into large fire. So when there's a large fire, districts have some, as we call it, skin in the game, where they have to pay a deductible for that. And that deductible is funded by the landowners on a per acre rate. The proposal in 4133, if you would scoot to the right, would be that the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund no longer pays into large fire. Rather, all of those revenue sources would pay for their fire department, right? The minimum lots, the improved lots, and we'll get to this next slide, but I'll skip over it, is where those revenues are generated within that district would go back to that ODF district for fire protection or the active associations. Forest products harvest tax would be collected at a statewide basis and disseminated back out to the districts just on a per acre. And then obviously the landowners would continue with their per acre assessments based on budgets and where they're set. But that would fund the district costs. And so these slides that I think OFIC provided in your handouts today, you know, when you're looking at those dollar amounts, that is a part of their proposal, is that you are paying the landowners that are there in the districts are paying for their fire department. So that would pull $10 million away from funding large fire, but put it into the districts to pay for initial attack and suppression below the district deductible levels. Next slide.
Just real quick, there's a mention on your slides, or at least in the packet, of the OFIC proposal. I'm not seeing it in my packet. Is there a, sorry? Oh, this presentation is the OFIC proposal? Because I don't see numbers here, and you said that there were numbers in this thing doesn't have numbers. Oh, is that? That's it. Oh, perfect.
I'm
Okay,
not.
Thank you. I was like, am I missing something? Perfect.
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, the question for those on was, you know, discussion about numbers and dollars. That's not for me to provide. Okay, so how the money moves. We've covered some of this, but I wanted to show that picture to give a little context of what's happening. So in 4133, it establishes a large wildfire fund for the state forester. That's not something that currently exists. OSFM has it, but doesn't have any money going into it. But ODF does not have a large wildfire fund. But what existed before was the OFLPF, Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund. That was basically your first $20 million you had access to. And then beyond that, it was cash flow within the agency and an e-board reimbursement. So 4133 created a fund. No, I'll get back on my soapbox. It's not called the Smoky Day Fund. Stand by that. We'll protest in the halls of the Capitol if a Smoky Day Fund shows up. Those are my terms, just catastrophic large wildfire fund that pays for large fire. Because the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund would no longer be paying for large fire. It would be paying for the local fire department. It maintains the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund as a way to hold and bring in those dollars from the minimum lots, the improved lots. The forest harvest tax would go back into that fund, and the EFCC would oversee that fund and then distribute it back out to the districts. There would be money in that fund, and depending on timing, that could be available for immediate cash flow needs to ODF. That has happened many times in the past where the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund has loaned money to districts to pay for large fire costs. A good example would be Pat's district. The Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund has loaned money so that they can make payments to vendors from a cash flow standpoint and then get paid back by ODF. Pat?
Yeah, words are important. It's not a loan, it's an advancement.
It's an advancement, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is important. Thank you for that clarification. It's the same with when money has been advanced to ODF. It's just an advancement. There have been times where they have loaned, but hopefully this process just solves the cash flow challenge for ODF through and through. The OFLPF remains a separate and distinct fund from the general fund, right? And that is in law now, and interest generated off of that can be brought back into the fund. It's not mentioned here, but one thing that the EFCC has done in years past where the fund balance has grown beyond what our kind of caps are, because those are landowner dollars, there is opportunities for districts to come to us for requests to invest in strategic initiatives. And we have doled out, I think the numbers, it's over 2. It's It's over $2 million in about the last 7 years to pay for cameras at districts, to pay for the Parton-Avia camera on the plane, to pay for dozers. Landowners investing in local landowners to be more successful at initial attack. So those are landowner direct investments back to the districts so that initial attack is more successful. That structure would remain here. We've done that based on interest. We've done that on years we haven't spent. But with the shift in money flowing in and then back to the districts, that may be eroded, that ability a bit. But we want to keep the ability to fund strategic investments, as we call them, for the future. As I said, the assessments that are from the local districts would get distributed back to the local districts. And I'm looking at my notes here. Yeah, I mostly covered everything on there. Any questions before we move on? That's the meat and potatoes of some of the changes proposed in 4133.
Yeah, Brendan, one question, Brian, for those folks online with OFCA. I just want to make sure we're clear. When you're saying local district, you're speaking to local ODF district, not
Correct.
local rural fire protection district, right? Thank you.
Next slide, please. Other changes in 4133 that were pretty central, and I think they relate to some of the caveats or asterisks that Chris and Roger have provided, is that the fund would no longer pay for centralized administrative costs, which is something landowners have paid for. That is not, to be clear, centralized administrative costs, and stop me if I say something incorrectly here, but that's not local district admin costs. That is Salem headquarters cost. That's area costs. It's those admin costs. It's not boot on the ground administrative costs. Landowners would continue to pay for boots on the ground administrative cost for fire suppression.
Can we open this now, or is it too? No, I think you can, yeah.
Oh, we need to mute.
Additionally, if an insurance policy is secured, the landowners would not pay for that, because that insurance policy, truly, though EFCC was involved in it, all that did was protect the general fund. It didn't protect the emergency, the OFLPF, because those dollars always went out the door long before you ever hit the deductible of the insurance fund. I'll be honest, conversations with insurance syndicates, there's not a lot of appetite at this time to establish a policy with any government agency, private, for large fire costs. I think that's my last slide. Oh yeah, summary. All right, going back to those principles, which I think are paramount, right? Landowner contributions, those continue. Landowners have said all along they want to be a part of this. They're not trying to remove themselves wholly from funding, but the direction of moving the funds directly to the districts, we landowners across the board think that that strengthens the system. That makes for part of the reason that that happens is there is less reliance on the general fund. So in down fiscal years where the governor sends out I want a 5% cut across all agencies, right? If the landowners are picking up a significant portion of what it costs for the fire department, that is going to really help insulate them if there are statewide budget cuts. It preserves obviously the model that we think that has been effective of this public-private partnership from the ground level all the way up at the state level and the committee that I chair. We think it really strengthens that advisory level and our interaction with the Board of Forestry and with ODF. And a big one is and this is from a landowner perspective, is it ensures that fiscal accountability, right? Every citizen would probably love to direct where my tax dollars go and what they pay for, but it goes to the legislature and that can be a big black box. In this case, having the EFCC oversee those funds and the allocation of those funds, it provides that accountability that landowners want to see. And if they don't, then I lose my job. And that links right into incorporates the third party oversight. And finally, if we are able to solve for $300 million, the last bullet point may be less meaningful, but it still has that ability for rapid advancement to the associations to help them pay their vendors, because dollars moving through ODF can be slower than dollars moving from the EFCC. Any questions?
Yeah, Brent.
Pat Script with the Forest Protective Association, just to kind of put into perspective what Brendan was saying, that admin cost of supporting Salem headquarters services and probably more appropriate, and all that it takes to support us in the district and the teams, that accounts for about 10% of protection district in ODF's budget of their rate, about 10% of that. So those are costs we don't always have control over, and doesn't reflect necessarily the level of protection of boots on the ground. So that was I recognize that part of the bill was important. The other one is that influx that Brendan was talking about when there's a general fund shortfall and a cut. So we get that notice of 5, 7, 10%. Each district is not funded equally based on the revenues and the lands they protect. So in our district, for $1 cut of general fund, actually is a $3 cut at the district level. Some districts are below that, and there's one or two that might be above that, just because of the federal ground that we protect, whether it's BIA or ONC land managed by the BLM. So that's a big fluctuation that's hard to budget around, and finding stability to the rates, not just a rate reduction, but a stability would be significant for our landowners to project and look forward on.
Yeah.
And Pat, just to clarify for everyone, this proposal would seek to remedy that. Is that what you're suggesting?
It moves it in the right direction to add stability to the landowner rates that are assessed in the fire patrol assessment.
Okay, thank you.
And I will note, there was some bad press regarding 4133 and some of the cost savings to certain landowners. Really what drove that cost savings to the landowners was the removal of the centralized administrative costs. And in Senator Steiner's own words, she cannot think of any other agency in the state of Oregon where landowners are paying for admin costs at the state level. And that is one reason why she got behind that. All other ratepayers, if you think about hunters, they're not paying for admin, right? They're paying for the access, the activity that they're doing, right? And other people who pay into, if you pay for a building permit, that may not be going to pay for the county commissioners. It's paying for that department to be able to process those building permits. This is a legacy from probably when I was still in diapers, where landowners paid for this, and much has changed in the organization and the interaction between the state and landowners. So that proposal to remove that is primarily where that cost savings to landowners came from, and what got us back to pre-762 funding levels.
Casey?
It looks like Pat has follow-up though. Okay. for folks online, Casey or Wild, just to be clear, you're not, what we just saw isn't a proposal right now, that you're just like showing us what 4133 was. Is that, or was that what we saw here? Is that a proposal?
Well, it's been something that has been thrown around many times of 4133.
Yeah.
From an emergency fire cost and just good policy and governance. It's my proposal to this group that the policy, I'm not speaking to the actual dollars and cents of the ratepayers, but the policy move forward because of what it does to continue the strength of interaction between landowners and the agencies.
Okay, that's helpful. I made some notes and I was like, this really sounds like policy. And you know, we had a whole conversation earlier where we kind of quickly nipped in the bud policies, right? Because we were just talking, and there were like 4 different conversations about just funding versus policy and funding. And I had one with Rep. McLean earlier this week where she was like, well, I want to talk about policy. And I was like, well, that's not what we're talking about at this particular one. Have you, and so that's not like, hey, can we just move on? Because I recognize that there's a lot of work that's gone into this. Have you brought it? I'm trying to remember who's on the WPAC, but I'm just going to gesture up to Mark. Like, have you brought this policy proposal to the WPAC?
No.
Well, it sounds, the reason I asked is that Mark made it pretty clear that, you know, at least the things that were on this list, right? These are like program areas, right? And there's policy around those program areas that they've gone over them and they're like, they feel pretty well vetted that this is like a solid, here's how much money should go to this and here's how much money should go to this particular program. And so I'm just wondering whether maybe that's something you would consider.
Well, I guess from a financial standpoint, the change in policy is necessary in order to change the flow of money, right? And the contingencies I've heard from Chris and others are, you know, they're a 1, they're a 2, they're a 3 with this contingency. So that's part of the reason that we're bringing this forward is there is, and it strikes me as we continue to do a pressure test on each of these, policy is going to start to cloud some of this. This did move forward in the legislature last year, right? And I was in the building and involved in it. And I will say the policy on here, once the $10 tax account was stripped out, there was not a lot of opposition to the policy. There were other things that caused this to implode on its own, but at the face of the matter, the policy and the proposed shift in money flow didn't have a lot of opposition.
Totally, I hear you. I recognize that, and obviously you could find a bill sponsor and bring that back in that form. But if we're going to go to like actually things should be tied to a policy, then we should probably talk about other policies, right? That I've held back on because we talked about just revenue. And so I'm just thinking like, if we're doing a contingent and an asterisk about like, this is money, but I need this policy, then we need to really open it back up because I was under the impression that it was just about funding and not policy.
Well,
and I totally know that they're connected. I'm just bringing that forward.
Then I think from this, you know, I gave an overview of what 4133 was. To stay within the lanes as you define them, it would be ignore everything except how the money flows, right? Which the landowners, where they are contributing their dollars to. While that might be considered by policy, I can look pretty squinty-eyed at that to say that that's just a funding source, no different than this. We're just changing the direction that that money's flowing to.
It looks like,
yeah, I
Mark,
would say that where the money goes is probably a policy thing because if we're not talking about this and this is where money goes, then where money goes in your proposal. I'm just saying that I'm surprised that we got to this point with a policy proposal because
well, I would
policy group.
I mean, Casey, I'd counter I mean, part of what we're talking about here and some of these and the first ones that we did, you know, was an influx of cash. And so obviously, I don't think that influx of cash is going to go directly to the districts, right? So the flow of money is relevant to these, irrespective of all the other policy changes I may have described in what was 4133. The other portion of this, as I said, was 4133 has been thrown out throughout all of these meetings, and to provide some context of what 4133 did, so that it's not just looked at as some arbitrary number from last legislative session.
Yeah, I want to respect. I'm here.
Go ahead, Mark.
Just quickly, the WPAC was aware of 4133, although because of that, the lot fee, it kind of just held it in abeyance, and it actually moved a little faster before the WPAC really acted onto it. The committee was aware and the council was aware, but we just didn't really take up any action because initially it would have been a divided group. And maybe Jim could fill in a little further.
Go ahead, Jim.
Able to join everybody for the entirety of the day. I've been at our annual workplace training that's required. So a couple of things here for me anyway, chiming into the conversation. One is thanks for the details on 4133. I think it's relevant to the conversation that we've been having for the last several months. I agree with Mark. I mean, that's a general framework. We discussed it. It was part of the conversation within WPAC. And I'll take ownership of the $10 assessment within the property tax system. That was something that the league did not support. We view the property tax for 20 plus years, and any adjustments to it from our perspective without some major change in policy work really is effectively a non-starter. I know I've made that comment before, but I think it's at least relevant to bring it up again. And I think in all honesty, everything that we've been talking about here for the last several months with these with these funding proposals, every single one of them has got a policy overview or a policy conversation. So whether it's looking at extracting funding from the rainy day fund, that's clearly a policy conversation, or a property tax lot fee, TLT, tire fees, you name it. It all comes with a pretty significant policy conversation and barriers to being able to get that funding to be able to pay for wildfire. So at least from my view, again, just appreciate the details that were brought up.
Yeah, and if I may, because Jim, you mentioned something there that I'm reminded of, is that, you know, the 4 buckets that I think were on slide 2 today, this morning, right, where we talk about targeted news sources. Part of that does include, and this is somewhat to Casey's point or counterpoint to that, it does include reallocating funding, right? So depending on how much you dislike 4133, one of the proposals out there at this time is reallocation of funding. So there is existing funding that's going off to large fire. This proposal says that funding goes back to the districts.
Yeah, so just to be clear, and thanks, Jim, for your nuance there. So I'm just going to come back to this one, right? Because we're not talking about where money goes. We're talking about where money comes from, right? And at least to me, that's the distinction, is that this is where money goes. Your proposal to me is where money goes, not where it comes from. So if we want to talk about where landowners are, how landowners are contributing, that's I think squarely within what we're talking about. But determining as part of this where the money goes, that's the same thing as this, in my view. So just different sides of it, right? So to TLT, we're saying, hey, the money's going to come from this. We're not determining in this group where the money is going. That we're letting these folks here in WPAC identify that.
I disagree, given as I said, the 4 buckets where reallocation or revenue changes was a part of the charge of this group and the principles that we agreed to.
So and I do think, Casey, just for you, opportunity to really speak to what your interests are in this conversation, as opposed to like the rules of what we are not talking about. So if there's more that you can say about your interests.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think I've both alluded to it and spoken directly to it in the past, is that I'd like us to be able to talk about where the money goes. Like, I don't have a lot of interest, and my organization doesn't, in some parts of this, and I'd like the money to go to other part of it. But I've agreed that this isn't what we're talking about. And if I didn't, like, if I misunderstood, that's totally fine. But that means that we should open up the conversation to where the money goes. And again, if I was incorrect in my assumptions, then there were things that I heard a long time ago then. But this really, like, talking about how this is solidly, like, we're not talking about this, reinforce my understanding of the situation.
Thank you. Kenton?
I'm going to think out loud, which is really dangerous. Kenton Bryan, Northwest Insurance Council. I'm wondering if we're complicating it unnecessarily, whereas if we look at the construction of 4133 and the pieces of it that address either removing obstacles to funding or finding new streams of funding, and consider a way to incorporate some kind of statement that becomes a recommendation that says, this is something that needs to be addressed that could affect the flow of funding for wildfire suppression and mitigation. So if there are elements of 4133 that we're talking about here that improve the flow, either increase the revenue or improve the flow of funding to wherever it's going to go, we don't have to decide what specific provisions of that piece of legislation have to be changed or altered or weighted. We just have to decide if some portion of, or if that approach has a positive impact on the flow of revenue toward wildfire suppression and funding, and make a generalized statement about that. Is that a way that we can, is there a way to approach that? I mean, it's more, this is all way beyond my understanding level, frankly, this particular piece, and it has been since the start. But I have recognized, or felt like I recognized, that some kind of addressing of the issues that this proposal brings forward are critical to removing obstacles to funding of wildfire, whether it's on the landowner fee side or whether it's on the how the funding flows side. That's a layman's understanding of it anyway.
Thanks for that. So to be fair, we asked Brennan actually to tee this up because it did seem like there was enough complexity around this kind of vague thing that we're calling 4133 that some people had intimate involvement and others did not. So I think this was partly just to have sort of a general teeing up of what the component parts are. If we could maybe hold Kenton's suggestion of how we approach this particular piece of the puzzle, maybe we can come back around to that, and where there might be some sort of bright lines of, I don't want to weigh in on where the money goes, but I will. And I think that's a question maybe the proposers can speak to, if there are some things that just can't be de-linked in your view of this proposal, let the group know. So if it's a policy thing that's very much linked inextricably from the funding pieces, let the group know how you see that. Does that make sense? Probably not, but.
Oh, Rob.
Let's proceed, because we have a proposal on the table.
Chris, so if I see, I was just going to suggest that we move to the next
Let's go.
piece where we're actually looking at numbers and which numbers are going up. And I think it makes it
So
clear
let's
in my
keep
mind.
going forward. thank you, Brennan, for that overview. And we've got a comparison table, I think, that folks put together from the last conversation.
Yeah, so I will walk us through three quick slides. Three quick slides. Roger from representing Oswa is welcome to jump in at any time. We've talked about it. We worked on these numbers together. So you'll see on the first slide, this is just simply across the bottom there are each of the 12 protection districts and what their rates were, the timber rates. This is not the grazing rates. Grazing rates will be on the next slide. But the timber rates were in the light gray, pre-Senate Bill 762, and then in the dark gray, just this last year. And so you can see for context and why we worked on 4133 for the last legislative session in the first place was we had, ranging from 9%, 4% increases, all the way up to 46% increases. So just some really astronomical rate increases on the timber rates across the districts. Next slide. The next slide simply gives the grazing rates, and those are even larger increases. One of them being looks like a Walker Range 250% increase in rates. And then what's that? No, this is they just look remarkably similar. And then the third slide is a table that we put together. I'll explain the layout of the table before we get focused on the numbers. So across the top, you'll see that there are 4 columns. The 2023, this is what we had numbers for. So this is 2023 with the 15 million. So that's now post 762, but with the 15 million of rate relief. And those are what landowners paid, down that column. And then the next column is without the rate relief. So in 2024, there was no rate relief, what landowners paid. And then the next column is the numbers that OFIC proposed. And then the column after that are the numbers that OSWA proposed. OFIC and OSWA are aligned on the structure of, we don't have a new name for it, so we're still calling it 4133, but we're aligned on the structure. We differ in the numbers that we have proposed, and we'll walk through that. And it's going to take conversations between small landowners and large landowners in the next probably month or two to hopefully get us aligned and have one column of numbers that we're presenting, but we just haven't been able to do that work yet. So now down on the far left, you'll see a list of funding sources. So you've got minimum lot, the improved lot, severity, east-west, which you'll see existed 2023, 2024, but wouldn't exist going forward. We would have just one severity rate going forward. The FPHT, that's the Forest Products Harvest Tax. So that's the harvest tax that currently goes to large fire. That's not the totality of the harvest tax. We pay harvest tax for other things as well, but this is the large fire piece of the harvest tax. And then the subtotal below all that. And that's everything that's going into either severity or large fire. So through the OFLPF. But below that, you have the district assessment. So this is what the per acre rates are paying for across all those districts. And that's the aggregated statewide total of all the district assessments that landowners are paying and the total. And then you can see it across the bottom is the total landowner contribution. So if just to kind of cut to the chase, if you go all the way to the bottom, that bottom row, in 2023, landowners were contributing 48.86 million to the system. In 2024, that had gone to, in what is in our view, an unsustainable level of 63.86 million. The OFIC proposal and the Oswald proposal both reduce that to 58.02 million, which is still more than the 48 million down there at the bottom. The 48 million that we had with the 15 million of rate relief. So it's more than that, but it is less than what it is currently. So then if you move back up that column from, that 58 million, you can see the differences between the OFIC proposal and the Oswald proposal. So we'll just walk through each of them. The minimum lot, we're proposing 27.55 per lot. Oswald's is 20. You can see what that raises on the far right there. Improved lot, we're proposing 67.50. Oz was proposing 58. We're in alignment at 36 cents per acre for severity. The forest products harvest tax, we are proposing a 60% rate increase from 62.5 cents up to $1. The Oswald proposal is a 47% increase from the 62.5 cents up to 92 cents. The subtotal, you'll see that the difference, we're raising 27 or 25.72 million. Oswald proposal raises 22, but then the district assessments are where that's the inverse. So our proposal raises 32.3 in district assessments, and the Oswald proposal would then raise 36 million in district assessments. So the total contribution ends up being the same. So really the difference is where the money is coming from in the system. Raises more money than it did prior with the $15 million landowner offset, but is rate relief from what we view as current unsustainable rates. Roger?
So it was Roger Byer with Oswa, and so I think Chris did a great job explaining the charts. I'd just like to point out that when you looked at his first chart versus the second chart, you'll see there are 12 districts on his first chart, but only, I think it's 7 on his second chart. And that's only because not all the districts have grazing acres. So it's every district that has grazing acres is on the second chart, but not all districts have grazing acres. So that's the difference there. I'd just like to point that out. And other than that, I don't have a lot to add. Like I said, there's not a lot of difference. Chris, there's not a lot of difference between the two proposals. It's slight differences in who pays for the landowner's share. But I also like to make sure everyone understands it was not just an Oswa proposal. It was Oswa, Farm Bureau, cattlemen, and wheat growers all agreed on that proposal that's got Oswa's name on it. So just those other landowner groups were also part of the conversation. Just want everyone to know that.
Couple things. This is just a snapshot in time, for the pre-762 and that 15 million offset to afterwards. These are not budgets, these are rates, and rates vary in a forest protection district based on, do you have a carryover? And so it's just a real small snapshot in time. I don't think that really captures two things. One district's inflation of 38% or 24% increases, half of that could be just from a carryover or lack of. And so I think budgets would be a better tell than district rates. And you could kind of capture what those rates were The other one is when you look at the numbers just in the 96% in Douglas, on the grazing, we have a lot of grazing acres, but they may have used all their deductibles. And so we had to reinfuse that part of the budget. And then Walker Range has just very few grazing acres, and they're a small protection district. And so, a 250% increase in that rate might have been a dime, or a nickel. And I'll remember, you're not going to challenge a nickel next time, Brennan. The other one is, I have a question regarding minimum lots. Currently, only 375 goes to the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund. In either one of these proposals by OFIC or OSWA, what is that portion that goes to the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund? $15 of that minimum assessment lot stays in the districts that they're assessed in. And so I was kind of curious about that.
So I can answer that question very easily. All of the minimum lot surcharges, approved lot surcharges would go to the districts in this proposal.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I have to noodle on the total dollars for operating, but again, this is really about shift. I mean, appreciate that is where we shift that money at times, and that would be a new shift of where that goes. And so I think it does tie into Brennan's presentation on earlier presentation, is that they're all interlinked, and somewhere we do have to talk policy about that. And so maybe there needs to be, instead of 4 buckets, maybe a 5th one is the reallocation. We have general fund, but reallocation of current funding could be a 5th bucket to talk about.
In the stink eye from Frank, but this is Casey. Thank you. And thank you. Thanks for clearly a lot of work that you've done, especially to make this table, which I was trying to keep to my own thoughts. And so I stopped looking at the table because I wanted to, because it's helpful. But coming back to the question of where money's coming from versus where money's going. And I'm simple. Somebody talked about their ranch, and it's well, actually you talked about fire, and I'm also the let's do the thing and figure it out right now. So can you help me understand how much new money overall in the system this is proposing to raise? And I realize that, well, no, there's not 2 different numbers. That what's this over the existing?
It is over the previous rates, but it is under the existing. I mean, this was the affordability crisis is the same side of the coin of the general fund affordability. I mean, affordability to the general fund, which is concerning to legislators, is affordability to landowners, which is concerning to landowners. And the lack of affordability moving, currently and moving forward, with just, into the future, looking at potentially ever escalating rates, is what started the Steiner work group in the first place, that then led to 4133 and got circular.
Okay, that's helpful. I don't want to.
No, I mean, what Chris just said is right. It depends on which one of those lines you want to look at. I mean, this proposal raises the amount from the minimum lot. If you look at, I'm just going to talk to the Oswald one, it would go from the current 3.68 to 3.93 million statewide. Improved lot 7.92 to 9.67. But if you look at district assessments, or it lowers that then from 49 to 36. So
that's what I was. I was hoping to hear that, because to parse out the stuff that this is actually am I getting this right? That this is a reduction, not like a, here's how much we're going to additionally increase.
It depends on the landowner.
But we're talking about the pool, not necessarily each landowner.
In the pool, it basically keeps it the same.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking this is mostly so that I can parse out like the differences in the where the money goes versus where the money comes from. Because if there was like a net increase that was proposed by the 4 or 5 groups, then I would think, oh well, that can go towards this like to-do list of things. But if it's not a net increase, then this is just something that it seems like you all can go to the legislature separately from this group and propose to them.
Well,
which we were working on, and then we got pulled into this group. Because there were a lot of people around this table that felt uncomfortable with what we were working on to try to develop sustainable rates. And so politically, we got pulled in, and there's a group of 35 people here now that are partially working on our problem. Like, you know, and I get why we're all here, because, you know, there were aspects of our problem that then bleed into, you know, the local fire service problem. I get it, you know, and so here we are.
And I guess I would say to that, if you only want to talk about one side of the ledger, then look at that, the third line from the bottom. It would go from current subtotal of 14.86 million, increases that to either 25.7 or 22. Because that's the question you asked. What's it increased? Those are what's being increased: the minimum lot and improved lots, the severity, and the forest products harvest tax. But you don't want, what you're saying is you don't want to talk about the next line below that. And I was very clear when we were in Pendleton that we won't talk about the line above that unless we can talk about the line below that.
Yeah. So Casey, for folks online, yeah, I understand your position, and it just feels like if we're talking about new money, and we're talking about here's the proposal to raise you know, funding from particular sectors, and that should be money that's going towards the you know, the problem that we've, I guess, agreed on, but maybe we haven't agreed on it, rather than saying like my sector is going to just pay for this thing. Right, because you're not proposing to send money to OSFM, you're proposing to send money to protection districts, right?
Well, I think part of what that money is there's a $12 million problem on the sheet that was handed out that this is helping to fund.
Just see if we can expand the conversation a little bit for other folks on the work group. Just because I know part of this was about helping people better understand the nuances of the proposal. It is a proposal on the table. So I think the group needs to decide what to do with it. And so I just want to invite others into the conversation if you have questions or some feedback on what you're hearing.
Yeah, this is Frank with OVFA. I'm looking at that spreadsheet up there, and so the district assessment for 2024, is that a negative number? Where it's in red, 49 million? It shouldn't be red.
No, it's not a negative number. The person that, I didn't construct the slide, but
okay,
they made it red to highlight it.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Actually, we're over here trying to figure that out.
Right. It is not an accounting standards red
It's twisted
negative.
my brain.
It is from our perspective, the problem. Like that's our problem that we are trying to solve for.
Because it looks like both proposals to me have a $10 million increase over 2023, but it's a decrease over 2024. And that's why you're saying that number is the problem. And okay. Just refresh my memory. Why was that inflated for 2024?
Because so in 2023, after the passage of Senate Bill 762,
yeah,
that raised costs. But with Senate Bill 762 was an infusion from the legislature of $15 million general fund for rate relief. So that bought down those costs. That went away. We didn't have that in 2024, which is why we were working on a proposal. And then now over in the two right columns, we've got a proposal to take, that we'd like to see in the next legislative session that would get us not all the way back to where we were with the $15 million in rate relief, but much below where we are currently.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
And the mechanisms are increasing the minimum lot, increasing the improved lot, increasing the forest products harvest tax, but then taking what is currently going into large fire and dumping that back into the district rates to buy down the per acre rate.
Gotcha. Thanks for helping me.
So if I may, just simply put, this was trying to find a solution for that loss of the $15 million landowner offset that was provided as one time from the general fund. Okay. Kenton?
So a little follow-up, if the legislature doesn't do anything about these proposals, what happens to that revenue? What does that revenue look like for 2025?
It would just match those rates listed in 2024.
Yeah.
For the minimum lot, approved lot, severity, and forest products harvest tax. But then that district assessments would continue, the red number that's not actually negative,
right,
would continue to escalate.
There currently, all of the improved surcharge on the improved lots goes to the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund. And 375 of the minimum lot goes into the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund. That would stay it'd continue that way. This proposal brings it back to the local district. Casey, you had a question of what does that increase just for our district? We have about 15,000 minimum assessment lots. So it'd be an increase of about $188,000 is all if we at the 2755 rate. But the big one is, on those improved lots, there's more than that. And so the one nice thing about this proposal, if I would say, is that bringing it back to the local district not only provides that rate relief, but when you look at a place like Southwest Oregon and Medford Grants Pass, it has a large interface area and they have improved lots. They have a tremendous amount of them. They also have a tremendous risk associated with those lots and protecting that interface area as well. And so you get to another part of the district or another part of the state that may not have as many, they're not going to generate as much revenue on the surcharges of the improved lots. But districts that have them, they should have some capital to leverage a high level of protection for those areas of significant risk.
Yeah, if I may, Brennan Greltz, EFCC. To Pat's point right there, by taking the revenues generated from the minimum lots and the improved lots and sending them back to the districts, those districts who see the increased fire load because of all the extra people will see their district assessments level out. For those districts that have fewer improved lots, truthfully, it's the improved lots, that there's balancing actions in here to meet the district budgets. And it's going to be, it really brings it back into what the district experiences and how it's being funded, right? More improved lots generally is going to have, just by the data, increased fire starts, less improved lots, generally less fire load, and the per acre assessments will be the buoyancy to keep the district at its funding level.
One last comment is what the graph doesn't necessarily reflect, or I don't want people to think that in that infusion of $15 million that all of a sudden the state districts and associations were able to add great capacity. We added some, but for some state districts, really it addressed a double fill issue where they had to have adequate level of protection. They were double filling positions. And then when that got corrected, those extra dollars came in. So it wasn't like there was this huge workforce that came in. It was a corrective. And then the other dollars went to things that should have been organic in the department over the years that Travis and Doug had made runs at with different pops, and added capacity at the headquarters level as well. So just side comment.
I didn't have my thing on mute. Sorry if I was creating some noise there while you were talking, Pat. I was just murmuring in the background without realizing it. I apologize for. No, if other people heard you, you don't need to repeat yourself.
Can I,
If folks follow what he said.
can I really double
Okay.
down on one last thing that I said is that this shift and the reason, regardless of what the specific rates are, the shift of sending the landowner money back into the district. We've been in a period of really good fiscal budgets at the state level, but we know that this is going to come to a close. There is going to be a time where the legislature is going to have to make some hard cuts, just because of some recession. One of the things that I recognize is fire seasons don't pay attention to fiscal budgets. And I have growing concern amidst the new world of fire that we experience that there is going to be a point in the future where there are going to be cuts that may be boots on the ground cuts because we have to, as a state, try to balance the budget. I don't want to see the general funds having some play or lack thereof for general fund of not being able to put firefighters on the ground to be effective at initial attack. And this redirection of funding from large fire, landowner funding from large fire back to the districts really helps armor us against that. That's a big, all of that is perhaps policy, right? But that's just, I think, smart governance and protecting ourselves because, as I said, fire seasons don't understand fiscal budgets. And we have no control over what next year's fire season is going to bring.
Thank you, Brian Stewart, for those folks online. I guess in kind of thinking about Brennan's last piece of wildfires, you know, not paying attention to economic forecasts and aligning with that for us. The other thing that I really have some questions, like wildfires also don't pay attention to political boundaries on maps, right? Like they don't care where that is. They don't care where your lot line is. It is what it is. And so I have some concerns as we're talking about, you know, availability of resources and what we're funding for boots on the ground. I'm looking at a map of Sandy Fire District, which my fire agency serves. And Sandy Fire is 77 square miles. Sandy Fire, Clackamas Fire is operating them, but we've got 3 fire stations in that 77 square miles. Clackamas Fire itself has 2 other fire stations in ODF, Northwest District Territory, that is in our main spot, right? Like this land comes 7-8 miles into our jurisdictions. And so I guess my question is when it comes to lots and because I just don't have the context. I know my specific area, but we have minimum lots. I understand what an improved lot is. Like how many lots are there and that are paying into this? How many hit the minimum lot surcharge and how many are just far above that? I don't understand that context.
I can answer sort of. So in the state, in the forest zone, there are roughly 266,000 lots. Of those 266,000 lots, again, this is in the forest zone, approximately 166,000 of them are improved, and there are approximately 196,000 that are minimum lots. But recognize the minimum lot number changes every year because the minimum lot is it's a surcharge that if a lot doesn't generate $18.75 worth of revenue, it becomes a minimum lot. So the higher the rates go, the lower the number of minimum lots. Because obviously it takes less acres to get to that 1875. So those are the numbers and that was, those numbers are, I think, 21 or 22, a couple years ago, but the number of lots and the number of approved lots doesn't change very much. It's the minimum lots that change every year based on the rate.
I appreciate that. I get the 1875 and how that would be adjusted downward as rates go higher. I mean, the number of acres that it takes to make 1875 decreases as your per acre cost goes up. That makes
the number of minimum lots decrease,
but the
1875 stays the same.
Yes, but my personal lot, it might have taken me 6 acres to get to that 1875 before. Now it takes me 4.5.
Correct.
And then another piece, I think you said forest zone. Is that the same as forest land classification, or is that different?
Yes, the forest zone is the forest land classification is what they use to adjust the forest zone when they do. But if the forest zone is what's identified by statute and rule, I believe both, as the people who pay these surcharges and pay the per acre charges for forest fire protection.
Okay. So it's grazing or forest landed. That mix of stuff makes that. Okay. Thank you.
And Pat was talking about.
And just roughly those, if it's at 166 thousand improved lots or surcharges on those improved lots, a little over $7.8 million it generates annually to the Oregon Forest Fund. That's rough.
Yeah, I actually have it right here in front of me if you need it, Brian.
Am I close?
You're pretty close. Yep. So this year we're tracking 187,224 minimum lots for about $702,000 of revenue to the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund, and 172,195 improved lots for 8.179 million.
So I'm going to just jump in here and see if there's a way to move us forward. Because I think we can and do oftentimes find ourselves kind of digging down into the weeds of the dollars and where's the lot end and the other thing begin. I want to just see if we can elevate back up to the conceptual idea and maybe get a gauge from the group at this point of, do you think this should be a part of the comprehensive package? And I actually feel I would be remiss if I didn't go back to some earlier comments when we were talking about the statewide allocations, all those asterisks and caveats. There was a lot of asterisk and caveat around this piece of the puzzle needing to be interlinked with that piece of the puzzle. And if we look at why that is, I guess if I were to say what I think it is, it's part of it is that there was a $15 million offset from the general fund that no longer exists. And there was this attempt to try to deal with that problem, as Chris said, in a way that creates a sustainable kind of investment framework here. And what that would do is take these dollars and not direct them toward a large fire fund. So there's no there's no kind of legitimized funding that goes to large fire. I think that's the gap that are the two things that are at play if we were looking at them as a whole. And someone asked that question earlier, which is why I'm trying to speak to it. If people have a different understanding or if I'm getting that wrong, I definitely welcome some pushback on that framing. One sec. Okay, go ahead, Pat.
So I propose that we take the OFIC and the OSWA work that they've done in this, and we roll it into that land classification committee as part of another option, the subgroup we were talking about, Kyle, to report back. And I think it is a good target to look at bringing stability to the rates. And this may be one tool that could be used in that conversation. And when I say the rates, the Forest Patrol assessment rates, so they're not in, they're in alignment with a reasonable projection that landowners could budget for and move and could be sustainable. We use it as a tool to move forward in some of our conversations.
That the only thing I'm thinking about, I want the group to be tracking, and maybe that's the preference you guys have, and I'm happy to follow your lead. You remember we talked earlier about what was on this list, and there's that little asterisk at the bottom. And the question was, where did the 15 million for the landowner offset go? So there's two ways I can do this, Pat. I've got the immediate, that solving for that 15 million in the landowner offset that went away, that was, to some have mentioned, right? The original kickoff of this effort was fixing that $15 million that went away, and then it's morphed into where we are today. So the little green asterisk is not an actual dollar on this list because of the assumption that you guys will make a projection in the short term on this. If that's not going to be realistic, I'll just put 15 million additional back onto this thing and let the world solve it from there. I guess that's, so sequence and timing is all I'm thinking about, Pat. Same with the forest land classification conversation itself, though. Those are inextricably linked in Travis and I's mind. I don't think we would not recommend solving just this without having that other conversation. So they are absolutely, if that's what you guys need from us, they are absolutely linked up, and one will not go without a commitment of doing the other. The challenge that Travis and I are trying to think through is the sequence and timing. Can we get all that good forest land classification work done, which is in our minds potentially a multi-biennia policy fix, taken care of when when we've got kind of this dollars and affordability challenge that you could solve immediately and then work on that policy stuff. So maybe that's too many words and I confused everybody again, but again, that's Trav and I, that's the 3D chessboard that's going in our brain right now.
Well, I do want to recognize the work is, the minimum assessment lots and the surcharges have not been adjusted for years. And so they do need to be addressed, and at least both the groups came forward with what they, with a proposal. And so recognizing that is part of the step too.
Yeah. Brennan from EFCC. Where your question there in terms of bringing them together with the, I'm blanking on the word, that solves addressing the problem that the rurals and OSFM face. Kyle kind of said it, but I have some anxiety about blending them together into that land classification work group. Could add an incredible amount of complexity to the solution for that. And my thought process matched somewhat with Kyle and Travis's is that needs to get fixed. And I mean, there's a commitment by this group to participate and help address that. But that's a longer fix than just the affordability, which arguably is the genesis for this work group. But they are linked, and perhaps they are solve one and then work to solve the other. And if they tie back together again in future biennium, future legislative sessions, so be it. It's a different discussion.
Brian, OFCA. I can understand I certainly understand the linkage between the two, but I also understand the time that it takes to develop policy and work through some things. And so I'm curious, because we do have some deadlines here, if, as we've talked about, looking at one-time funding from ending fund balance or lottery or whatever it might be, is there a means to provide rate relief for the next biennium as the other work is completed?
Just a clarifying question, rate relief regarding this proposal, or
I guess in terms of the $15 million that we were talking about from 2023 that had gone away, if we're trying to fill that hole, which I understand, because that was put there for a purpose and intent. And we have other policy work that needs to be accomplished, not by no means trying to prolong anything, but if that needs to be accomplished, would it make sense to look for, again, one-time rate relief for the next biennium for the landowners, similar to back in 23?
Mike, I see where you're going at that, and I truly mean this and no disrespect to that proposal. I think if we came out with that solution, it might be just a failure of this group to actually come to sustainable solutions, right? That's a Band-Aid fix. And then I think while we are collectively here debating and throwing out ideas, the power of a solution is this collective group. And if we end with, hey, just give them another $15 million to solve the problem, make the problem go away, we lose the coalition, we lose the strength of the group, and I think we lose the chance for long-term success. Granted, I say that, and I recognize that really solves the landowners that we're discussing here problem, and it doesn't address many of the problems that your groups have brought forward, which is something very much needs to get addressed as well.
So here's a thought, just a process thought, and see how folks feel about this is, I think there is a desire from some to see if this particular piece of the puzzle can go forward as a recommendation in the comprehensive from the group. That being said, there's also a recognition that this ties very much to this broader policy conversation about land classification, and that will take more time. That smaller group is poised to meet on November 18th. And I wonder if taking just one more step in that conversation to see if the wisdom of that group is to say, okay, we could maybe, this can be a gateway for a near-term proposal solution, but recognizing that there's these ties and maybe some commitments to the ties to the longer term. But I think we might need that conversation first before we ask people to proceed on this. If folks are ready to go and you want to proceed on this today, that's okay too. Bye, Brennan. Thank you. He's a 1. So thoughts about that as a process, and I want to look to Roger and Chris as key proposers on this. Well, how does that sit with you that we take one more step with the broader policy conversation and recognizing the risks that come with that?
Well, I mean, I've already stated that, Oswald's commitment to any of this is based on the whole package. So if this goes away, everything else goes away, and we're back to zero and start over. So
a strong caveat for your, restate the.
Could you restate the abbreviated version of what you just said? My mind, I was thinking about other things.
Well, wondering if there's enough of an appetite to let there be one more conversation amongst the land classification small group and the agencies, recognizing there's ties and seeing if that group kind of develops some appetite to say this could be maybe a near-term proposal and some commitment to that longer-term policy conversation. As opposed to, we just want to hear. No, Chris, I think it's important to ask you is, would you rather just get the gauge from the group today? And if you feel strongly we should do that.
Well, I mean, if it helps people get more comfortable with either being no or, I mean, I'm looking over here because I feel like it's right here, but it could be down here too. I don't know, but I'm going like this just because that's where the comments have been coming from. But so if it If
This is Frank
that's
with
what it takes
OVFA.
for people to feel more comfortable, then. Yeah.
I'd like to understand Roger's last statement just a little bit better. It sounds to me, so I'm hoping I'm kind of misreading what you said, but it sounds to me like this plan has to be part of the overall plan, or the rest of everything else we've talked about, you're gonna say, no way, Jose. Is that what I understood?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we're here to talk about rate relief and this is rate relief. And if we're not going to talk about rate relief, if it's not this plan, it's got to be something with rate relief. We're not here to talk about rate relief. Then why are we here?
That's clear. So what do you think, fire service folks, about getting a gauge, a temperature read on this proposal, or saying, let's hold off and have that one more broader conversation about the land classification?
Yeah, I think for me, I appreciate Chris's nod to being able to engage a little bit more. I think getting past the 18th and just having that subgroup meet and understand a little bit more about what that is and where it may be headed would be helpful.
I mean, clear, I don't mind delaying the conversation until the 18th, but when it comes down to when we make a decision about it, I'm just telling you where we are. There's got to be something about rate relief. If it takes another meeting, okay, we've been here for 4 months, but just, that's where we are.
I'm with Brian. I think another meeting to understand this a little bit better would be great.
All right, so let's do that. We'll hold this for the next, we'll do an alignment check in December. We'll see what comes of the November 18th meeting, report back to the group in advance, and tee this up in a way that people can feel comfortable with kind of the, maybe even sequencing of how you're approaching this. And very clearly here that this, for you, really must be part of the overall package in this process. Okay, there's time, there's still time for that. All right, any other kind of thoughts, comments about this before we move on? Okay, so we'll commit to that and let's take a break and we'll come back and resume in 10 minutes with our individual proposals.
We're hopelessly behind.
Yeah, we are, but we're just gonna move all of this to December.
Okay.
So that's just.
Better let Billy and Kenton go.
For just a moment. Okay. So any of you that are following along on the agenda and recognizing as I am that we're nowhere near where we're supposed to be on the agenda, it's okay. It's okay. So what we're going to do with the rest of our day is hear from the individual proposals. So we've got about 6 kind of people that we're going to hear from individually, give you a chance to ask questions, better understand what the proposal is. Have some perspective sharing. I wanted to invite our tribal representatives, anyone that's on the call that wants to share some perspective of where kind of the tribes are finding their nexus with these conversations. would also like to hear from our federal land manager, BLM, perspective on kind of your interface and where you're sitting with all of this. And also want to hear from our public health perspective if you want to take some time there. So that's where we'll end the day, and we'll push everything else into our December meeting where we'll be doing kind of our alignment check on the suite of individual concepts. And I'll work with the agencies to figure out how we'll do that. We'll also be circling back, of course, to the landowner assessment proposal after we have a chance to connect with the small group on classification. All right. So with that, I wanted to invite Billy for the utilities. Billy wasn't able to be with us in October, but had provided some information and wanted to give you the floor to talk about the utilities perspective.
Thanks, Robin. Well, yeah, we are quite a bit behind. So I'm just trying to think of how I summarize some of this. I mean, I believe the group's seen the packets that I've sent out. And try to reference, the questions that were asked for utilities on the 4 pieces. Where we stand, we've had some sidebar conversations and additional meetings with Kyle. It's had some good talks. Robin's put some things together, but I really just kind of highlight. So first off, I'm representing the non-profit utilities in the state. So let me just be really clear about our role and what we do. And we are owned by, most of us are owned by the people here in this room that we serve, right? Much like Pat, we have a board that governs our rates. And that's how we are managed by our boards. And if there's money left over, we give it back in the form of dividends or capital credits. We don't take dividends. So we are nonprofit groups. So I guess the message to the group is we absolutely understand the need for well-funded fire suppression. And one could argue that we could, as utilities, be the recipients of some of the largest benefits based on fire suppression when we look at financial impact to utilities. So with many of you in this room, also, we have really great working relationships within your agencies and districts, and we partner a lot. So I've consistently tried to explain the theme of we as utilities are very much in the same funding shortfalls as the state and ODS FM. So that there's a challenge there. I'll just kind of recap the nexus, the piece with utilities. So we, high level, we showed the slide. Utilities are responsible for a very small portion of fires in the state. Discuss really what we are doing for our in-kind contributions, the tax-based pieces, suppression, all of those pieces, a lot of it which we do partner with the state. We are as much challenged as anybody by the rising cost of doing business, labor, material, purchase power. It's not a sustainable model in Oregon currently, and electricity is a basic necessity. So, and Oregon has legislation in place. We talked about 762. It directly applies to the utilities, and there was a lot carved out, and the utilities carve out a lot of funding to address 762. I'll talk a little bit about that later, but the other piece is we are liable for suppression costs. So when we talk about paying, if we are found responsible, we pay those fees, and those liability costs fall on us. And as Kenton reminded me, the insurance companies, our stuff is not insured. We are not covered when our facilities and poles and wires burn down. Those are all costs that we bear. Our members bear. So people in this room bear, and that's in the form of your monthly power bill. So when we talk about rates across the state, I've shared some numbers, but it's fair to say there's about a 40% increase since 762. I'm sure you guys know as the temperatures drop, you're seeing that piece in your power bill monthly, right? That's going to continue to exponentially go up. When we talk about costs, rural Oregon, they're bearing the bigger part of that burden consistently too on our power bills. As utilities, especially consumer-owned co-ops in the state, we're serving the rural remote parts of the state. It costs the same amount of money to build the line out there. It costs the same amount of money to maintain that line. and we pick up 3 to 4 members per mile versus hundreds when you're talking about in the city and the large utilities. That's a huge piece that needs to be considered when we talked about an all Oregon problem and how we share this across the state. The PUC regulates 3 of the large utilities in this state. Just to kind of get the flavor for the state and where it's at, those rates, that the kilowatt hour rates are applied for through the state. PUC recently declined the last set of rate increases for mitigation work. So that kind of tells you the flavor where the state is at and the regulatory authorities. And also there's a lot of political advocacy groups that are out there calling for rate freezes, caps, things like that. So when I took some, I don't know if a deep dive into a few of the rural Oregon utilities, but since 762, our members at Consumers Power are seeing about a $300 a year increase in their power bill. So that equates to the average power bill at $150 a month. So they're paying 2 extra power bills just related to our work for mitigation pieces in the fire. That's a huge impact. That is a big impact to our ratepayers. So I think that the other piece that gets missed is how do we pay for these things? So as a utility, we finance our investments over a long period of time. So the ratepayer today doesn't bear the cost of a 30-year long project, the life of the project. So it's finance. We are seeing our financing going, lenders going, this is not a sustainable business. We're not going to lend that money for that period of time. We can't borrow money to the level that we could to invest in those pieces. So that hurts really, really bad when we're talking about mitigation dollars and moving forward. It's not sustainable if we can't continue to invest in our infrastructure and upgrades. We're also struggling with insurance. We can't get insurance. Even if we wanted to, we can't get higher amounts of liability insurance. So we are capped out. No insurer will insure us past what we have. So what we have is what we have, and that's the bottom line. And so we're stuck with that. So what are we going to do? What are we doing in Oregon, and how are we addressing this situation? So I'll talk a little bit to the group, but right now there's a second group that I think this plays really good into the piece of how do utilities and the nexus and helping with the funding. And I'm not involved in that, and I'll be happy to discuss when you guys have questions about this, but to use the term, don't get over your skis. I'm not at that table, but we do have the utilities that are at the table. We have governor's staff, key legislators. They're all talking about the challenges that utilities are facing in the solvency in the wildfire space and what the state can do to help support. So I think there's an opportunity there. So with that piece, my suggestions to the group is if the group wants to continue to looking at that funding surcharge on bills, and I saw there was another little caveat here that wasn't on there before for low income pieces. But if that's something that needs to continue to look at, my suggestion to the group would be that we need to loop that group together. And that's probably not for this group to decide because the players are there that can make that happen. And what I don't want to do is derail. Casey, we've alluded to a whole bunch of things that could derail things. And what I don't want to do is the utility piece and the work that we're trying to do derail some of this other funding potentials. So I think the people that are there are in the room, and I think that needs to be part of the conversation. I just don't think it needs to not be for this group. But I do think there is a piece of this when we talk about funding, and we talked a little bit about it, Kyle, earlier. There's opportunities for partnerships. And when I think about, we talked about fuel reduction, pieces like that where we can chase federal dollars, I would love to be able to have a conversation and bring that into this piece of the group where we can work on, and I'm thinking akin to community wildfire stuff, defensible space, where we can utilize utility right-of-ways, the investments that we've made in fuel reduction and some kind of partnership to then reach out and try to gather those federal dollars. I think that would be something that we could bring into this piece as additional funding, and maybe in a little different format than what we're talking about with a kilowatt hour piece. But I think that's part, and my suggestion in the group would be to push that to the people that are in the room right now with the governor's group, talking about how utilities can be sustainable. There's a need, everybody recognizes the need of what utilities do, and I think that would be a good piece for that group. That's the down and dirty, quick version of what I was gonna do. Happy to answer questions, talk about it. Please. There are any, if there's not, I'm good too, that's fine.
This is Frank.
Hey, Frank.
WFA. I didn't quite understand. So you're not regulated by the PUC, but you guys have to follow kind of the lead of the PUC? Is that how that works?
So we are not the consumer-owned utilities, our rates are not regulated by the PUC. We have to follow the PUC rules in the aspect of safety, fire mitigation, wildfire planning, all of those pieces. Our rates are not regulated by the PUC. So, and one other piece that I did skip that was started out, I think Pat was very adamant about it this morning and made a good point about the state not being able to pay their bills. So as a nonprofit, we also receive funding from the feds when a declaration is declared. For example, our nonprofit, we're Danium Canyon, so 4 years removed, we're still writing for our funding. So that money that we borrowed is on our debt sheet, and it's impacting our rates, it's impacting what we can invest, and it continues. You either stop progress or you keep borrowing money to a point where somebody says your debt to equity ratio doesn't work and we're not interested in loaning it to you. And that's the struggles so I'm just circling back to, I feel your pain. I think that at a utility level that it needs to be, maybe I haven't done a good enough job convincing or explaining that part, but we are very much in the exact same. That?
Yeah, really appreciate you being here, and and missed you up there at Pendleton. Couple things. I'll own, as we were throwing things at the wall, the surcharge on kilowatt per hour idea, and it was really a reach out, help, to the group, was somebody help me understand all the challenges and stuff, because I was coming at it from a risk base. We see the numbers increasing, not just in our district, but statewide, on power line related fires, costs associated with those, and losses. And when I look at the numbers, your industry has an aging infrastructure. I think the average lines are somewhere in that 40 to 45-year-old, if not older. And so, we've worked with our local co-op and power utility companies trying to, come together on both mitigation and on fire investigation. I would appreciate, maybe you could explain to me or the group the 3 different types of utilities that operate in Oregon and the things that might be unique to them, and in particular those publicly owned ones and their limited liability in the Tort Act, that you don't have that protection.
Correct. Okay, so first off, I'll address, I'm not sure on the numbers of the 40 to 50-year-old infrastructure piece. Like I don't know where exactly that came from, but as a rural 100-year-old cooperative, right? We were started because nobody wanted to build power lines into those areas because they said, hey, there's no money to do that. So we were formed by the farmers and the ranchers and those people to build the power lines and do that. Now, we promise no policy, so I'll be really careful on policy as far as power line ignitions and starts from power lines, because I don't want to go down that road, I don't think. But policy and us being able to do our job is two different, is a whole nother conversation on that piece. As far as the types of utilities, so there's really three buckets, so to speak. There's a PUD municipality district. So that's your city pieces of municipality piece into a municipal water district piece. There's a cooperative model, which is the ones that where we're owned by our members. We are the ones that serve most of, 2/3 of Oregon, mostly rural Oregon pieces. And then there's the investor owned, and those are the companies that have shareholders and profit, and that are also regulated, as Frank asked, by the PUC on their rates. And that's a way of controlling dividends and money that comes through that piece. The tort liability claim piece that you're asking about, Pat, that my understanding, and I am not an attorney, don't play one, is that the PUDs and municipals, and I'll try my best, but I'm probably going to butcher this. They have a liability protection up to a dollar amount. I think it's 500,000 per, but I'm not positive on that number. But it's a protection because the argument essentially is, well, then you would be suing yourself because you guys are the owners if you had an issue piece of that. So I believe that is currently being tested right now, if that will hold up in the state from some wildfires. Again, not the expert. This is more Billy Terry's understanding of it. So hope that helps that piece. But I can tell you, as a consumer-owned cooperative, we have no protection. Did I answer it, Pat?
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize that, my understanding is in court, but our local co-op, they could only purchase $20 million of insurance. And, one of the challenges when I was noodling through this was, where is the opposition? And, when, if there was some sort of limited liability extended to the utilities, I mean, electricity there's an inherent risk in modern society that whether you pay for it on the front end or the back end, we all pay for it if something goes wrong. And looking at one of those ideas was have some limited liability for suppression costs. Keep the trial lawyers happy and that'd only be extended to if utilities were not willful, malicious, or negligent. I think the other thing, just in conversation, is that's going to be a challenge for all of us. The only safeguard our electric utilities have are the rolling blackouts and the public safety shutoffs. And, if you're in a rural area, you might already be in a position with a generator, but there's a lot of folks that aren't. And those as a co-op, you purchase your electricity and you have no control over, so the power shutoffs from a investor-owned company affect you, even though you have no control over the switch, potentially. And so there's a lot of things that we learned out of 2020 and having good conversations. And at a minimum, I think it needs to be continuing. And glad to hear you and Kyle have been talking and having those discussions. So when I look at the numbers out there in a proposal, I think the average use, and maybe you could help me, is somewhere in the 1,040 kilowatt hours per person. We're in the billions of kilowatt hours in the state of Oregon, and a metered fee, if that could be linked to some limited liability, I think is a honest conversation or a viable conversation to have with the utilities.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think that's the piece we've talked about. Again, my understanding, I mean, there's other mechanisms to help solve some of this problem. There's other legislation that states have enacted to help this piece. The kilowatt hour charge seems to be fairly unique, but there are limited liability protections that states have passed to protect utilities to help them stay solvent. There's funds that have been created for those pieces, very similar to what we're talking about here. So there are things out there. Kilowatt hour, average kilowatt hour, I mean, it's going to vary tremendously by area. I can tell you this, it's not going down. Kilowatt hours are going to continue to go up. You were correct, as we receive power either from Bonneville Power or another agency. So there are times that whether we want to turn the power off or not, we are directly impacted and we have no say in that. And there was a study done, and I don't like to reference California on a lot of things in the utility space, but for obvious reasons, but there was a study done, and it was a great study, the Pacific Gas and Electric. And you guys have read the headlines, you've seen them. Billions and billions of dollars of ratepayers, right, for undergrounding power lines. And the study clearly showed that the most effective mitigation, least impact to members, was just turn the power off. Just turn it off. We can't put anything underground at a reasonable cost expense. The time to do it, we want to put a line underground between, again, I'm going to stay out of policy, but to do it is years and years of permitting, working with agencies, trying to get those easements to do the work that we want to do. So what tool do we have in our toolbox? We turn the power off. Do we impact comms? Do we impact fire suppression, water, all of those pieces? But that's the tool the most effective tool that currently that we have as utilities. And that goes against our inherent nature. You guys wake up to put out fires, we wake up to keep the power on, right? And we work nights through storms, all of those pieces. And now you're telling us the only way that we can effectively mitigate this is just turn the power off.
Well, I look forward to having additional conversation with you regarding our local and maybe just ideas. But to this group, is that even a consideration of revenue generation as we look at it as a risk, or I mean, there's a lot of potential revenue there, and we're talking like quarter-cent per kilowatt hour or less. And I haven't spent a lot of time other than, a couple outreaches, but if it's something the group would like to do, I'd be willing to engage on that.
Pat, I'm sorry, just a follow-up question. When you were talking about that rate increase or fee, are you speaking across all utilities or just the locally owned and operated ones?
Well, it would be, if they're publicly traded, might be half a cent. If they're a co-op or a nonprofit or a public utility, might be a quarter of a cent. And just in the thought process there, at those rates, my numbers tell me just on the residential is close to $100 million in the state of Oregon. I think we probably would want to steer away from bulk or brokered utility or electricity. That is something that brings those type of industries to the Northwest, is our cheap power. Server farms and the such, or manufacturing where they broker a rate. I think that'd be tough. And then, either you could have a cap on that, or you could, and then also identify that it's expensive being poor, and so having some way out for those less privileged, or however you want to coin that.
All right. So Pat's asking if there's some energy and appetite. I think you're asking that question. If there's energy appetite from this group to pursue an idea related to a surcharge on a utility. There's lots of variations around, but that's generally what you're asking.
On metered,
Unmetered.
yeah, or residential meters, or however you want to, the group thinks they're.
So this is,
Wait,
go ahead, good.
I mean, if I heard Pat right, we're discussing an energy, an appetite for this charge, but there's also going to be a piece of some protection that could come into that piece. Because I mean, just like Roger said, we want to support, we want to do this, but we're not in a place where we can continue to do this without some exchange of something. We have to figure a solution out, is what I'm saying. So I don't want that piece to be lost in that.
Agreed. And sorry, we're going back to the policy, but they're intertwined. If we don't give good direction and give and takes in some of our narratives, that will be lost. And I think legislators, it would make it easier, I would think, for legislators to support or direct, you know.
Okay, we've got Jim's hand up and we haven't heard from you in a while, Jim. So I'm going to go over there. Then we'll come back to Frank and Billy and Casey.
Great, thank you. So just to chime in, if he's looking for interest, I would like to just see what the numbers look like. I mean, I think that's going to be the important piece if we're going to be constructing any kind of a package out of this work group, is to understand fully what each of these potential revenue generators can create. And I think just seeing look at some of those options that are out there.
Can you say that again, Jim? Part of you cut out for a couple seconds there.
So just in general, yes, I'd like to see what the numbers look like. I think they need to be part of the overall evaluation. Ultimately, if we're putting together some kind of a package for legislators to look at, or at least a menu for legislators to make a determination on what they want to see in that package. So the numbers of it, definitely would like to see.
Okay. Billy, can I come back to you on just, I know you don't want to get over your skis, but the scope of the conversation in the other forum, just wondering if there's any potential for an actual connection there, or if we're being redundant is really my question.
I like how Doug bowed out because I was going to defer to Doug. And he knew it, but that's okay. He did know it? Yeah. So, sure. I mean, I think so. I think the players are in that room that will that can make that decision. I think the people in there, I think as we as a group threw this out, I truly believe that this would get shot down so fast. The pressures that the utilities, the rate-paying groups, the watchdogs, all of those pieces, I think this would get shot down so fast that we would be absolutely wasting our time on that utility piece. But I do think there is a nexus. I do think there's shared interests, and I think there's a synergy that could be there, and they're there, and those are the people that can make this happen.
Okay. So to Jim's request, and Pat, in some way, your request of like, should we look at this a little more? What's the reality of like getting information? Like, who would even do this analysis and be able to bring this information back to the group?
Well, Pat's got his hand or his card up, and Billy's the expert. But just to interject I'd like to see. I don't want to just limit it to residential meters, despite your suggestion. And there's a lot of conversations. Obviously, Billy's probably very close in them about who pays for expanding infrastructure, specifically for data centers and high power users in the state. And while they are coming to the state because of the low power is the low power because the rest of us are paying for the infrastructure for it. And so to me, it would be important to also include at least some look at a surcharge on their use as well. Sorry.
I mean, I think you're talking about an all Oregonian problem, for sure.
Yeah, and to clarify then, like, I think in terms of like this policy versus revenue thing, you're right. Like the group that's talking with the governor and talking with Doug, like they're working on the policy, but in terms of the revenue, to Pat's, beginning of a proposal, he's like, well, we should probably think about this, right? I mean, that's how I was hearing it.
Well, I will take the lead if Billy will help me on validating some numbers and different ways you could slice this, Like I said, in 22, there was over 1 billion kilowatt hours used in Oregon in metered electricity between the nonprofits and the investment companies. So
Yeah, and that data is on the state website. I mean, you can find it. It's pretty,
yeah.
it's pretty.
I just need to make sure you're going to be my proofreader. How's that? Okay.
So
This is,
don't you, Pat?
yeah, this is Frank.
Oh, I'm sorry.
With OVFA. What's your electrical rate increase as a percentage over the last 3 or 4 years?
So at our co-op or in general?
In general.
So in general, we're looking at 40% across the state.
So I think, so I'm going to give this a 4. Only because I'm not going to hold anything up, but 40% increase that there's nothing we've talked about in here in this room that has sustained a 40% increase. I mean, or maybe there is. I don't know. Sorry. I just think that's a huge rate increase on all the Oregonians, and to consider adding to that would be irresponsible, especially when they're still looking at increases just on their end, not including what we're suggesting. You're still looking at increases. I mean,
200% increase in just poles, utilities.
PP&L's got in with PUC right now for a 14.5% increase for 2025. So I think for us to even suggest that we want to tack on to that would not be very responsible. So I give it a 4 just because I don't want to hold anything up.
Okay. Well, so we need to move on because we have other folks that have presentations. My suggestion process wise is if you have energy to do it, Pat, articulate what that question might be. And I'm leaning on the state folks to see if there's a way to resource some analysis, as a couple folks have asked, recognizing that for some of you, this is not something that you necessarily want to pursue. And I think if there's time and we can find the data, that's fine. We can do some of that uncovering. But Pat, if we can have you lead sort of the framing of the ask and work with a couple other people that you've heard might have some interest, sound like Jim, maybe Casey, I'm not sure who else, but work with a couple folks on that.
So Robin, I'll just close with, I agree very much with what you're saying. And when we talk about 40% rate increases in those pieces, this is Billy talking again. Like I can get behind a cent on a bottle bill a lot better. Okay. When I think about our members and the impacts to the people.
Thank you. Thanks. And then we'll follow up with you, Billy, if there are developing conversations in the other forum or with Doug, and just if there's any point at which it makes sense to make a little more direct connection to this.
Again, not my world that I
Right.
live in, but I think Doug needs to be our pipeline through that piece. And we need to make that happen. And that's a conversation that needs to be at that table.
Okay, so we'll follow up with Doug on that. All right, thank you. Thank you all for keeping with us. Kenton, we have you on the agenda again, but I know you already you spoke a lot at the last meeting. I think what we were asking for this is, was there any particular specific that the group, like you had mentioned last time about the direction of the retaliatory. So is there more that you wanted to say from the insurance industry on that?
Just kidding. So let me turn that back around. I'm not going to throw Billy under the bus. You kidding me?
I didn't throw you under
You did not. So I don't have a lot more information. And I know Commissioner Stolfi's here today, my regulator, so I got to behave myself. But also, I think we still need to know a little bit more about if we're going to talk about the other piece, which is the possibility of a surcharge on policies. On the retaliatory tax side, as I explained previously, that's a tax that insurers pay. That is, they either pay the rate of the state in which they're domiciled or the state in which they're writing the business, whichever one is higher. So Oregon collects a retaliatory tax, which is imposed on insurers writing business in the state of Oregon that have a lower domiciled tax rate than here. So they make up the difference. That way taxes are equalized among all the states. So that's where the retaliatory tax comes from. So far, my understanding is that the retaliatory tax from all lines of insurance, health, life, P&C, workers' comp, totals somewhere around $70 million a year. I've seen it be as high as 77 or 78 million, but it's on average about $70 million a year. It does grow over time slowly because there's more insurance business as there's more people on the planet buying insurance. And so that is a relatively stable, I think, source of revenue. All that money goes into the general fund. There's no specific designation, to my knowledge, for any of it. And Commissioner can tell me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. It just goes in the general fund and the big bucket of money that goes out to pay for all the things that the legislature deems appropriate for those funds. My suggestion has been, as other states have looked at, in the case of Washington State, they designated a set amount, a specific number of dollars from their insurance premium tax to go toward auto theft prevention. That's just an example. In Idaho, they're looking at legislation that will dedicate a portion of the premium tax that insurers pay to go toward a wildfire stabilization, a risk stabilization and mitigation fund. And it's a percentage that's based on, once the premium tax revenue reaches a certain dollar figure, a percentage of funds that come in above that go into this special fund. Oregon's unique. It does not have a premium tax for property casualty insurance. Insurers do pay the fire insurance premium tax directly to the Office of the State Fire Marshal, and I think that's about 20 million a year. So the only direct access to a tax that's paid by insurers to the state, which is separate from corporate income taxes, corporate activities taxes, the other taxes that all Oregon businesses pay, is the retaliatory tax. So our guesstimate is that somewhere between $30 and $40 million annually is paid in retaliatory taxes by property and casualty insurers, which is the insurance industry that most closely has a nexus with wildfire, because we're talking about homes and businesses and cars and ATVs and condos and all the things that are not life and health and workers' comp. So if that's somewhere between $30 and $40 million a year, that would be the pool of money that might be available that's already being paid by insurers into the general fund that could be directly or dedicated toward a separate account. And again, you are, just like the other taxes that might be already in existence that we'd be redirecting toward this purpose, you're always subject to the idea that the legislature might decide not to allocate those funds for some reason. You can't tie the hands of the future legislatures. But if you create a fund and you say, this is a dedicated amount that goes into this fund each year, or this percentage of the fund goes into this each year, then I think you probably cement it better than if you just leave it up to the legislature to make up the difference when they need the money. So those are the reasons I think to consider doing that. And it comes with none of the issues and concerns that go along with an additional premium surcharge on policyholders.
Nice job.
Thank you. Can I answer any questions about that?
Want to put Andrew on the spot, but I wonder about the trade-offs around that retaliatory tax idea, if any. Is that okay? Well, if we started to walk down that path, there's always, right, Newton's law, what happens likely if we were to redirect those retaliatory taxes to a specific purpose? Is there okay, now we're going to get you for more kind of thing?
It's a good question, and Andrew Stolfe speaking. I don't, as far as for the insurance industry, I don't think there'd be any impact. I think the sole question around that would be from a general fund perspective, because right now, all the dollars that we collect go to the general fund for the legislature to allocate how they allocate general fund dollars. So if some of that money, all of that money were dedicated to a specific purpose, the only result would be a reduction in the general fund dollars that we contribute or that are contributed. And one thing, just to point out, Kenton did a great job of describing it. One nuance, just for everyone to be aware, the retaliatory tax is only paid by out-of-state insurance companies. So it is literally a retaliation for another state, we'll say like Illinois, having higher taxes on insurance companies doing business in Illinois, which would include Oregon companies, than Oregon. Oregon is also the only state without a general premium assessment. So every other state's premium assessments are essentially higher than ours. That's why we collect so much money in retaliatory tax. Other states do not collect anywhere close to that amount, to the amount of retaliatory taxes that we collect. Meaning, if it's not clear, the retaliatory tax burden is currently on and especially from the P&C sector, which is almost all out-of-state insurance companies. That money is paid by non-Oregon-based companies.
And Commissioner, just to also clarify, thank you for that explanation, but also that means the state, whether it's DFR or what have you, doesn't have any ability to affect how much that tax brings in. In other words, you can't charge a higher retaliatory tax rate just because Oregon would like more money. It has to be based on the taxes they're paying elsewhere or in their domicile state.
That's true. The only caveat to that is it's not just taxes, it's all taxes, fees, assessments, et cetera. So we as an agency do have, really small like annual fees or assessments to help run the agency that all insurance companies pay. And those are all taken into account for the retaliatory tax. So keep in mind that means as well, if a general insurance assessment, if a per policy assessment is introduced, that would result in a decrease in the retaliatory taxes that are collected.
Thanks, Roger, for Oswald. So I think you just answered my question, whether or not if you put a premium tax on, then the retaliatory tax goes down. Is it a one-to-one amount?
It's pretty close to a one-to-one amount, up to the cap, up to the amount we collect. So if you create a new insurance assessment that generates $100 million a year, that would be $100 million, I'm assuming from P&C companies. They pay maybe $40 million a year. So you'd have a net general fund increase of 60.
All right. Thank you, Kenton. I'm going to move us along. Thank you, Andrew, for being here to answer some questions. So this will be on the table for our kind of overall looking at different ideas. And we're going to move now to, there's 4 more. So there's the opt-out fee. Kyle is not able to be here right now. He sent a quick overview of this opt-out fee. He spoke about it in October. And the idea was to do a added fee on your vehicle registration that you can opt out of. So it's still a voluntary option, but it could generate money. So I don't think he had an actual revenue projection on his memo, But that was the idea. And then he did flag the questions that the group, actually, when you did your earlier brainstorm about different ideas of kind of targeting driver's licenses and vehicle registration fees, there were some questions about whether or not it's okay, you can actually access those funds for things that are non-related to transportation, I think was the primary question. So it's out there, it's floating around for you all to decide if you've got some oomph behind this and you want to see a pursuit of it. Did anybody have any reactions to that particular proposal or have questions that you think the group should consider with regards to this idea?
Hey,
Brian?
Robin.
Oh, John, go ahead.
Yeah. So in Pendleton, I kind of made the joking suggestion that there could be a license plate with flames on it. But if we're talking about a voluntary contribution through DMV, would that really be such a bad idea? I mean, it's kind of a macho thing, you know, maybe especially this week, people would like to have something like that on their license plate.
Like a special license plate for fire fund?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think folks last time at least said there's already one that's going to, go ahead, Anne Marie.
Anne Marie of MA. Sorry, I just stopped to remember who I am. So there is a Smoky Bear one, which goes to Keep Oregon Green. There's an Oregon Professional Firefighters. There's a volunteer firefighter. So there's the salmon one. So there are a lot of license plates that already go to very similar programs. So I think it would be like you'd start basically splitting your dollars at that point. So that would be kind of my only thing is, like I said, I do know that the Smoky one does go to Keep Oregon Green, and that's more of a wildfire education piece. So it does at least cover the mitigation part.
Okay. I think that Smokey the Bear is kind of viewed as the enemy in many camps these days. So maybe for people who don't like Smokey the Bear, they might like, I don't know, Travis the firefighter. It's not a major point.
He's not here. Well, so I think this one is slightly different. It's not about a special license plate. It's about your vehicle registration and an opt-out. Like you need to check the box if you don't want to pay this additional $10 is basically the idea. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, OFCA. So a couple things going back, and I had to pull it up, but Kyle did put some estimates in. By creating an add-on fee of $20, assuming a 50% participation rate, the state could generate upwards of $32 million per biennium. So certainly a chunk of change with that. I think my experience in Washington just parallels a little bit down here in the way it's presented. I think opt-out is the preferred option to increase revenue rather than opt-in checkbox. But with that, I think we want to be fair and transparent with folks and not have it in, small type. So if that's the direction folks want to go, I would just suggest that it's easy to see and make that for people to make that choice.
So what are folks' thoughts about this one? Anybody want to venture to say, I kind of like it? I don't know. Barry, I've got one thumbs up over there.
I don't have any data on it, of course. None of us do, I guess, specifically, but I don't have any specific data on it, but it would seem to me that the maintenance and operational cost to the state of doing something like this would probably far outweigh the hope that somebody's actually going to say, yeah, I'll give you an extra $20 on my license fee.
I'd give it a 2. I mean, I think it's, I live in Washington. We have that opt-out or a fee for state parks. I think it's $5. And you can, you choose, if you don't want to pay the $5, you just check a box and it comes off. It's easy to see on your license, your tab renewal form. It seems like an easy thing to add into the discussion that, again, people, it's a choice they can make as long as it's not hidden.
So there is a version of this in the state of Washington.
Correct. Not for wildfire, just for state parks,
a
just to support
different-
state parks.
Sorry, I think there's a proposal in Oregon for something like that right now for 2024. Sorry, with the Erie for state parks too. So it might have there might be a good opportunity here.
Yeah.
We may be able to get some information about the administrative costs associated with something like this, if you've got some examples in other states. So that's maybe a follow-up we could do. Any other thoughts on this one before it's going to be on the table for your consensus check next time, but wanted to give some air time for this conversation if folks want to talk about it. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one. What have we got on our list? So the REIT harvest severance tax. Casey, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. So I did a very brief presentation on it at Pendleton. Thought about it a little bit more, tried to make it a little bit more coherent, and then shared kind of a proposal with Robin that went out to folks. And really this one is looking at recognizing that timber companies in Oregon are contributing to both the general fund and to the assessment and to the forest harvest tax. And the forest harvest tax, and everybody in the room will be able to correct me if I get something wrong, is a volume-based tax, right? So it's on the number of, it's based upon number of board feet. There used to be a timber severance tax, which was based upon the value of the timber coming off of the land. That was phased out in the 1990s, but when it peaked in 1995 at an inflation adjusted 155 million annually. It was phased out and then it was replaced by the privilege tax, so the volume-based tax, which takes in about $20 million a year, with that money going specifically to programs that, for the most part, benefit the timber industry. And I'll say that we've talked about the value to all Oregonians of wildfire response, so it also goes into the wildfire response. Now, timber companies that are based in Oregon also have obviously the corporate income tax, and individuals that are deriving an income will pay personal property or personal income taxes. But tax structures at the federal level have, they, over time, people get creative and they lobby the federal government for tax structures that benefit them. The U.S. Forest Service was a really good description from the 2000s of the history of tax structures associated with the ownership and operating of timberland across the United States. And I found it really helpful in understanding the motivations for where specifically the real estate investment trust form structure came from, recognizing that timberland has a lot of value, and while it's sitting there growing trees, you're not getting any value out of it. And the goal with real estate investment trusts was a tax structure that benefited people who owned a share in that REIT, we call it. So the way that real estate investment trusts in general work is that it owns the land and you become a shareholder and you get a dividend when profit is generated. The tax structures, both at the federal level and at the state level, tax dividend income at a very generous rate for the taxpayer compared to personal income taxes that you might get from a job. What that means is that in Oregon, when we think about how the general fund is made up, general fund is really predominantly personal and corporate income taxes. But in Oregon, those general funds, we talked a lot about how they're going in large part 50% right now-ish to paying for wildfire response and paying for really all of mitigation, now that I think about it. But some companies aren't contributing fairly to that, in my view, and fairly being that they're contributing at a greatly reduced rate. And that's because of their their tax structure. So the proposal is specifically for real estate investment trusts to reinstate a lower timber severance tax specifically for their harvest, so the value of their harvest, and not for other timber industry and timber owner and manager structures. The rough numbers, and OFIC will be able to help whenever those numbers are wrong, I know, is a 5% timber severance tax, which is obviously above the current privilege tax or volume tax, would generate about $50 million per year. So 100 million per biennium, putting it at a third of the total of this particular thing. We are talking about 330, what do we, 315. So, you know, it would still be less than a third, but that's the proposal. I'm happy to answer questions as best I can because, again, I'm not a tax professional. But it feels like, you know, tax structures in Oregon, the general fund, somebody said earlier, is one of the most fair because we've worked out all the stuff of it, right? Of how to make it fair. And one particular tax structure has allowed people to evade that particular contribution to general fund. I know, evade's the wrong word. It's not evade, it's the wrong word. Thank you, Chris. Sorry. In this, I tried to be very careful to have, what, sorry? Again, if folks have questions that I can't answer, I'm happy to put them down, record them, and then get the answers for you as part of bringing it back in December. Because again, we have half an hour and we need to hear from the director of BLM state because I asked him last time if he could present.
All right. Questions about this proposal? Brian?
I'll ask a question that goes back, I think, maybe to Pendleton, and really maybe it's a question for Chad. But I remember previously conversation about REITs and one other type of structure and concerns about inequities of taxing one versus another. And I guess maybe Chad, if you heard Casey's proposal, if that still bears true for your concerns. And I might be misremembering too.
Those are the TMOs, right? Is that?
I think at a previous meeting, you had spoken up in terms of our foundational agreement, you know, like the standards that we're going to kind of address us to about equity. I believe you had spoken at one of the meetings about REITs and TMOs, and either they were the same or different in terms of equity. And I just wanted to kind of pause and check in with you about how Casey's proposal may or may not be equitable between those different things.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Stewart. What I was mentioning in Pendleton is that targeting one type of entity based on their organization, whether they're organized as a REIT or not, felt like it was misaligned with our core principles of equity being, you know, fair, equitable, sustainable, and durable. That still holds true.
Great, thank you.
Awesome, thanks. Let's take that silence and keep going.
All right, so if there are follow-up questions, Casey's willing to track down some answers. We'll have this on the table for a consensus check next time. Moving along to the PAT, pneumatic tires. You want to yield the floor?
Microphone there, Pat.
Thanks. Why a pneumatic tire fee or surcharge? And it came back for me personally was, you know, the risk. There is, go ahead, next slide. You know, in Oregon, we're seeing the equipment use, you know, this proposal targets sort of that broad approach, all Oregonians, whether we use even public transportation. The one thing that all vehicles have in common are the tires, especially, you know, when you're talking heavy trucking or you're talking personal vehicle or public transportation. We get a majority of our goods that come to us by the trucking industry as well. And it's an all Oregonian solution. It is self-indexing. As miles go up, the number of years or miles you get out of the tire, you know, the more common the replacement is. Next slide. Sort of putting in perspective, you know, in the Oregon fires database, there was over 1,800 fires in that 10-year period with 25,000 acres burned. And that may not seem like a lot, but these are, I rather fight fire in a rattlesnake den than along Interstate 5, personally. Equipment fires account for about 22% of all the fires in the database, or human-caused fires. And then as we noodle down through those, you can see the numbers there. They key in on the motor vehicles, you know, whether they're burning vehicles, sparks and failed catalytic converters, heat from exhaust in the vegetation, and other related. Some of those are construction, some of those are motor vehicle accidents. This is something that whether it's a structural department or wildland department, we're side by side on these responses. Go ahead and next slide. Just a little go back, 60% of those fires occur in a public right of way that is not paying into the fire patrol assessment, like the other landowners. So this idea is a fee or surcharge that would be collected by retailers of tires on rims that are 12-inch or larger. So we capture the trailers. Every year we have at least one in our district and significant ones across the national forests and the federal lands as well, where you have a failed boat trail tire or something like that. This also captures the electric vehicle that are out there. And so these numbers are based on gasoline powered vehicles or diesel. Electric vehicles go through tires a lot faster than because of their weight. It would be for those motor vehicles that are 50 cc's and that kind of or greater, lines up with DMV and how they're classified. So the fees would be remitted into a fund that would need to be created by the legislature and you know, for response and mitigation. Again, not getting into policy of percentages. It would have to have some oversight, and I think it'd be worth our committee, if this is a viable option, to add value in the discussion of policy or direct to the right people. Next slide. So just this is where I came up with the numbers to generate dollars for this. There's over 4 million vehicles registered in the state of Oregon. 3.2 are passenger vehicles. And on an average, there's a little over 14,000 miles driven a year. When I look at it through some other statistics, about 60,000 miles you get out of a tire, depending on road conditions and the such. I want to recognize also that rural residents have more miles on their vehicles than the metro area, but that doesn't necessarily correlate to it within an urban area. You have more starts and stops, and your road conditions might be better, but those all add up to wear and tear on the tires. So for, again, about the average replacement, 3 to 5 years. For my equation, I just used a 5-year average. Next slide. So just some simple math there in the data that I used. Next slide. And so I just took the average miles divided by the average number of miles driven in Oregon, about 4.28 years to replace at 4.1 million registered vehicles. Gives you about 900 almost 1 million vehicles per year in Oregon would need new set of tires. Carry that down, multiply by 4, you could actually probably change that to even 5 tires every 4 years, number of dualies and such. So the bottom line is annually we could generate almost $20 million in revenue if we charge $5 a tire. Now, talking to a couple of my local and rural area distributors of tires, they said $5 is not going to kill the sale of a tire, even $20. And if you break that down, I mean, that's change. That's, you know, nothing compared to even what a bottle bill. But these are one thing that we all have in common. We all use the transportation system. This does not include the trailers, whether they're boat or recreational vehicles, ATVs, UTVs, motorcycles. That might push us right up to the 20 million annually. But those are the numbers I came up with. And again, they would be collected by the retailer of the tire and then move forward to the state. I think the state is tracking numbers of disposal of tires. We pay a fee on disposal of tires to landfills, and that's passed on to the consumer as well. So this is very similar. One more cup of water to fill that bucket. That's really all I have there.
Note on the last slide, it said doesn't include certain types of ATV, commercial truck tires. Does that mean that's not included in the proposal?
No, the total numbers do not reflect the additional tire sales of trailers, motorcycles, all-terrain vehicles. You know, and you think about it, regardless of what the recreational activity is, if it's four-wheeling or out to the dunes, you're using the public transportation, you're hauling the vehicle there, or even going out and hiking. So it captures a recreational component, you know, that utilize our highways to get there. I'm sure there's a small percentage that are out of state, and it does not include 18-wheelers in those numbers, as the average was 4 in the calculations, 4 tires.
Okay. And one of the reasons I asked was because if the proposal itself were to include commercial vehicle tires, that increases the pushback probably from like commercial trucking companies and that sort of thing, which
Right.
might.
So my association maintains a fleet of 100 vehicles, and I average that on a 5 tires per vehicle. Every 4 years is $2,500 a year additional in my budget I'll have to account for. So I do have a dog in the fight.
Sure. Yeah, I'm only raising it just so that there's like kind of a awareness of something that might be a problem if we're pursuing it. I personally don't see any reason to. I think it's a great proposal. I think it's worth considering with the group, but I just wanted to raise whether or not that puts obstacles in our way to getting it done. If it.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be pushback, especially when you start talking agricultural use and you know, heavy equipment, trucking, and the such. I would expect it.
Roger.
Yeah, Roger Oswald. So Pat, just a question. Have you checked, are tires also covered by the transportation fund?
Sorry?
Are tires, fees on tires charged by or part of the transportation fund, like gasoline, like vehicle registration, like driver's licenses?
The best I could find, I couldn't find anything that tied them back to it. You know, you could buy tires on the internet. And I was thinking there was, and with our local distributors, they didn't mention that to me. And that's kind of what led me to that when we found out, you know, if you had a fee on a driver's license or registration, it had to go back to DMV. Don't share this with anybody from the DMV or ODOT right now.
This is Frank with OVFA. So, was anybody around when they put the bicycle 15% or $15 bicycle tax into place, and how hard was that to do? And then I don't believe if you buy a bicycle online, you pay that $15 tax. So my question would be, is that going to take, it's just food for thought. It's not even really a question. It's just food for thought. Is that going to take revenue away from the small tire shops because people will now buy their tires online because they don't have to. Anyway, it's just something to consider. I think it's a pretty ingenious idea. But food for
And
thought.
I think it's defendable just on, especially when 60% of our motor vehicle fires are caused or are on the public right of ways and the county roads and the such. I think it's a good solid link to cause and risk. Appreciate everybody's patience.
All right, thank you, Pat. Okay. We actually have one more proposal. I'm sorry, Barry, but we've got one more to get through. And so I do want to just check to see if we don't have time, are you able to be back to do your presentation next time? Okay. Okay. And I'm assuming this is just to share out kind of BLM's nexus with the state funding, and there's not a proposal in there. Is there a proposal in there? Great. Excellent. Great. Okay. So I am going to just keep going with the proposals because we need to socialize these so we can do our alignment checks in December. If we have time, we'll do a 5-minute presentation from BLM on contributions. Okay. Brian Stewart, last but not least on the ideas.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, and it's been a pleasure to hear all the proposals and just learn today. So at the end of the last meeting, we went through that list of what are the remaining ideas out there, and I said I would follow up on essentially 3 of those, recognizing that one of those is going to be following up here shortly as well. But to keep it brief, I was asked or suggested that I would follow up on the potential for urban renewal or tax increment financing in some way to modify that. There is still strong interest within the fire service to be able to do that. However, our constituents realize and recognize the uphill challenge that would be. But we would like to continue to think about that down the road. That would be the same really with property tax. Measure 5 was the piece where we talked about compression and the opportunity to have either the fire service pulled out from general government, kind of like schools are a standalone piece, or public safety could be pulled out, or have our levy rates not subject to compression versus having those that way. However, again, just with the efforts that have been done over the last 20+ years to look at property tax reform, and everybody who is looking for increased revenue sees it as a good idea from their perspective. The path forward of that's probably pretty restricted. And so that is not something that we would be looking to move forward on anything at this point. And then forest land classification, we kind of touched on that earlier. That's a piece that we have interest of looking at how that impacts local fire services. And I guess in terms of proposals, what's been presented many times has been the opportunity to find ways to bring revenue to the table for the OSFM and the ODF funding piece. Unfortunately, as another government entity, we really don't have that opportunity. But what we do have the opportunity to do is to look at bringing resources to the table to keep fires small, to keep communities protected, to keep smoke out of our residences and those types of things. And so our ability to collect full taxes has been impacted. So the proposal where I'd like to just spend maybe 5 minutes to touch on would be one of the things that we would like to look at as a community, as a fire service, and what we can do to improve the services and the resources that we bring locally, regionally when it's mutual aid, and then across the state as we mobilize for conflagrations. With that, we looked at SDCs, and we also looked at construction excise taxes. And from the individuals that I spoke with, that my counterparts have spoken with, it seems that community excise taxes provide a more likely path forward from a receptivity piece, and allow the opportunity for it to be applied really across the fire service, both within cities and within special districts. So what a construction excise tax would be, or is, there's two of them out there right now. There's schools that were started back in 2009, and then I think cities could start levying them in, maybe it was 2015, for housing purposes. So this would be in addition to that. It'd be a fire construction excise tax. Our initial like first blush thoughts looking at it would be to model it after both of those in terms of limits. So there's a statutory limit to what you can charge. It's a per square foot cost that's paid at the time of permitting to that permitting authority. So for example, Clackamas Fire District doesn't do building permits, but that property would be built in the county and incorporated areas and would be collected by the county, or it would be built in the city of Gladstone and be collected by the city of Gladstone, and then there need to be a pass through. But essentially this, and then with concerns of affordable housing, there's the opportunity to levy it or to have a minimum or, exclude affordable housing pieces. And there's also a statutory cap, which is indexed off of, I can't remember the engineering standards. And so it's around $40,000 for a building, which for a commercial structure would come out to about a 50,000 square foot building when they hit that cap. And in terms of levying it, it is would be adopted by the fire boards or the city council. And then they could opt to say, hey, we're going to do the full maximum, which is 78 cents or something for a commercial structure per square foot, or they could say, hey, we're going to do 52 cents per square foot, but they just can't go above or wouldn't be able to go above that maximum. And then essentially it would go to capital. So you'd have to have a capital plan, which for some agencies might be looking at fire stations. Other agencies, it might be looking at portable radios to be able to get out into, get one more radio onto a firefighter so they can be more effective and safer while they're out in the wildland environment. But all these options or discussion pieces for it would enable us to put money either towards the capital expenses that we need to operate and extend our operating environment, or put it, alleviate some of the capital expenditures from our general fund and be able to use those general fund dollars now for operations, which may also include personnel and those types of things. And I know from my own experience in folks, and I know the staffing across the state is critical, especially during the wildland season. The opportunity to take even a few $1,000s to get one more part-time or one more volunteer firefighter hired as part-time for the season is a benefit. And we've seen that over the last few years with mobilizations. So really just kind of a briefing of where we're looking at. So you folks are aware of kind of like one of the avenues that we see where we can look at and say, how can we improve the services that we provide? How can we help be there early, keep fires small, and keep communities safe? So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I think we have time, Barry. Everybody wants to hear from the BLM.
Oh, yeah, right. I'll sell tickets later, but yeah, I think what I wanted to talk about just quickly is the fact that we are partners. We are land managers first. We're governed by FLPMA, the Federal Lands Protective Management Act, and we're multiple use, which means we include conservation. We also include productivity. So we have grazing, and we also have timber on both sides of the mountain. We have about 16 million acres, including Washington, which is a very small piece of BLM in my particular two states. But I think it's important to recognize that we have a vested interest in the viability of our timber partners. The industry itself, they are the people that purchase the timber that we produce.
Hi, Barry. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's hard to hear you. Do you mind staying
Oh.
closer to the microphone? It's just going in and out. Thanks.
Nobody's ever told me before I was too quiet, so this is an epiphany. But anyway, we have a vested interest in being good partners with our industry partners. We have a vested interest in being good partners with the state agencies, the cities, the counties, and the private landowners on both sides of the hill. And I think that's important for folks to understand. We are in a unique position, I guess, in that we manage land owned by the public. We do it very, very well. I'm very proud of the work our staff does, and I'm proud of the work that we do in terms of fire. It's interesting to look at the collaboration. I think maybe the most obvious is the WOOP, the Western Oregon Operating Plan. That's a long and challenging history, frankly. Those of you that don't know anything about it know that it has not always been easy. A group of us, the Department of Forestry, Pat, the protective associations sat down and re-hit the start button, re-hit the reset button. And I believe we're in a right path now in a collaborative way to fund the funding of the fires on the west side in terms of our O&C lands. And I think we've also established a very good collaborative relationship with ODF and the Fire Marshal's office in fighting fires across the state. And I think that set a new tone. I think it set a new tone for the relationship we have with all those organizations. And, you know, negotiations like this are never easy. They're never without disagreements, but I think for the first time in numerous years, a group of folks, I was not part of that discussion. I mean, I was part of the discussion, but smarter people like Pat and Jeff sat down and Kyle, of course, with his leadership in the department, sat down and worked on that. So I think it's important that folks realize that this is a partnership. It is a relationship, and I think it's important that we recognize the importance of that partnership. It doesn't mean that we don't have things that we have to do independently. It's interesting. One of the things, and I think Casey keeps hammering us on the fact we're talking about funding, and I agree with him. But I would be remiss if I didn't talk about, I think, the importance of a long-term look in a 20 to 30-year strategy of efficiencies. And, you know, we can keep pouring money and pouring money and pouring money, but if we don't actually sit back, not us, not for this group, but if the state and the federal partners don't sit down and start looking at efficiencies, I think we're remiss. And I think we started some of that with the WOOP. And I think we've set a standard for that. We can do a lot better. We can do more. But I think the efficiencies are critically important. And so I would like, and I want Jeff just to talk real quickly about, and, you know, we all talk about what our costs are. We're going to hammer through this very quickly, but I wanted you to see what kind of resources and dollars we are already offering up to the states of Oregon and Washington. So, Jeff, I'm going to he's the smart one. I'll let him pound through this.
Yeah, I think we only have, I think 43 slides, so we'll be out here in no time. So. No, just kidding. I think there's only about 4 or 5. So next slide. Yeah, so I appreciate what Barry is, thank you. Appreciate what Barry, how he set the stage. And I think, you know, one thing that everything we do is interagency. We're partners. We're partners on both sides, not just Western Oregon Operating Plan. And I think that's all a lot of people understand is the, you know, the BLM lands on the west side that are protected by, you know, the Forest Protection Associations and ODF. And so we have a significant program, and I'd say collectively through the Department of Interior, we're the largest fire program in the Department of Interior, Oregon BLM. And so it's a big program. As you can see, some of the efforts, the money that we bring to the primarily the east side of Oregon. And when you talk about east side, there's a lot of you know, unprotected, underprotected, and questionable lands of who protects lands out there. And but I tell you one thing that eventually someone has to get out there, and probably 9 times out of 10 it is us, because we have that capability. We also bring in, you know, a significant amount of wildfire severity funding. So when we get into large, you know, seasons, conditions, events, whatever, we bring in quite a bit of money there too. Next slide, please. This is an example of what we bring to the table as partners. And again, and I say partners, it's really important. I mean, we bring this for everybody. And whether those are unprotected lands, underprotected lands, ODF, U.S. Forest Service, et cetera, we bring a lot to the table there. And so this is just an example of what we brought in this year. A lot of people, I'm going to go immediately to the right column there, logistics. Under our national fire plan and then a national aviation strategy, et cetera, that's how each geographic area is funded differently. And so when we have the Redmond Fire Cache, Redmond Training Center, air tanker base, all these air tanker base, folks who are familiar with those may go, well, those are Forest Service. Well, they are, because in other states, BLM manages those. And so under the big pot, those are already distributed. So those, even though we may not have our emblem on there, we're funding those at the national level, and or we also have staff at those. So those are critical components to everybody's, especially when you look at air tanker bases, training centers, et cetera. Next slide, please. I think we're going backwards. Definitely don't want to do that with this group. All right. In addition to BLM, Oregon, Washington is very unique. And so we talked about almost 20 million in base preparedness funding. We also have almost 15 million in what we call the Western Oregon Operating Plan. Again, as I just mentioned, that's a relationship we have with Oregon Department of Forestry and the two forest protection associations here on the west side. It's tough because, a key word there, it's not appropriated. Those aren't appropriated out of Congress. So we've got to come up with those. And those are, I think one of the big things here too is Barry makes a great case to our national office because those dollars have to come from somewhere. And being federal, those dollars come from potentially could go to other states. So it's really important when we look at that extra 15 million, that the significance of that and how that funds this operating plan. Also, we have a great relationship with Department of State lands, and somewhat unique. We recognize again that Department of State lands, they're not a fire suppression, fire protection organization, and so we protect our lands, no preparedness charges, i.e., upfront charges, only if they have fires, because 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, we're going to be out there anyway. But if you looked at that, it's a quarter, $750,000 that, again, that in essence stays in the state hopper. So, next slide, please. Barry mentioned relationships, and this is just an example of a couple, with obviously the big players from the state here, ODF and Oregon State Fire Marshals. And these are, I think, what's important about this to me is when Barry talks about efficiency, we already have a lot of efficiencies between our organizations. Travis, right when we walked in the room, we're already here in the next couple of weeks on the upper right there, that drafting of the MOU, we'll have that in place as well. But the point is we do a lot of efficiencies already. We're covering each other's lands. We're sharing resources, whatever it might be. We're also partners of the Pacific Northwest Coordinating Group, et cetera, et cetera. Are there more opportunities? In my opinion, there's a lot more opportunities. But again, I think, to me, this sets a great stage for the relationship we have and again, the potential for even more efficiencies out there. Next slide, and I think this is my last, or couple last slides here anyway. Other things, the support, the community support that we provide, just an example of, and this is just a small example because this is just directly on private land. These are efforts that we're doing with communities and private lands, et cetera. And so, we're committing another about 5 million. This is just through mitigation. We're also, 5 fire engines that we actually take our own base dollars, buy BLM fire engines from other states that are up on cycles, bring them into Oregon and place them out. Something we don't have to do because again, it comes out of our base preparedness. But putting those engines out there are good for everybody in this room. So a couple examples of that. Local cooperator assistance, what we call LCA. Again, quite a bit of money there for equipment, supplies, training, helping local cooperators out there. And then we have a wonderful relationship with the Rangeland Fire Protection Associations and provide a lot of training. And this year was the first of its kind aviation academy where we had aircraft out there and live retardant drops, helicopter drops. Folks got to work in them, within them, et cetera. So again, that's pretty significant when you start firing up some aviation resources. But again, the benefits definitely outweigh the true financial costs. Next slide. Okay. I think Mr. Slide, but that's okay. I think it's important just to ask questions, so.
Just to round it up, as we move forward with whatever strategy and whatever funding we end up with, each of us is bound by policy, we're bound by legislation, we're bound by boards, we're bound, I mean, all of us have turf. It's a terrible term to use, but we all have turf. We all have sideboards that we have to operate. I'm hoping long-term we can start with thinking more outside the box as to where we can remove some of those sideboards. I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm exactly the same goal. Things I can do, things I can't. I think over the next 10 years, we ought to be looking. Thank you.
Thanks so much for offering that perspective. I checked in with our tribal government representatives that were with us for all of the day or part of the day, and they are going to be prepared to share some comments at the beginning of the next meeting. So we want to hear from our tribal partners. So there's commitment to do that. Public health, is it okay, Carrie, if we ask you to share some thoughts at the next meeting, just so we have some time and we can actually absorb? Yeah, you don't want to be that person. Yeah, exactly. Right now, I'm the barrier to people getting out of the room. So happy to hold that for us. But really, really appreciate everybody's time today and all of the good substantive work that we're putting on the table and working through. We are on target. I'm just going to say it. We are on target. So we'll be coming back in December. We'll be ready for our alignment checks on the comprehensive. May not seem like that in this moment, but we are on target. And look forward to catching up with you over email and other small groups between now and December. Our next meeting will be on the 3rd of December. And I believe we'll host again in Salem, is my guess. We'll be back in Salem with a Zoom option. So thanks, everybody. Any closing quick thoughts from our agency leads?
Just a sincere thank you. And I know folks want to get out of here, so just thanks. And we'll get out where the location will be for the December 3rd meeting in the comm. So ODF and ourselves will meet and figure that out. Probably not, but we'll consider it, Ken.
Yeah, we need more time. So we're going to do a full day in person. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry?
So
We'll be in Salem. We don't know if this room, but we'll be in Salem for sure. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the folks on Zoom. Thanks to our ex officios for being with us today. And we'll see you soon.